Hello everybody and welcome to Sin City Living. My name is Jason. I'll be bringing you today's episode. As always, we want to thank all of our fans, our sponsors, our patrons. We appreciate all of your guys' support. Everyone that's bought us a cup of coffee, been greatly appreciated. We've had a rough couple of weeks here in the family, been out of work for a week and a half, coming up on 2 weeks thanks to our old friend COVID running through us. I don't want to take up a whole lot of time with the usual spiel, so all of you guys that are interested in what's going on with Sin City Living and what we plan on doing in the future with our live streams and upcoming events, please stick around to the end of the video or skip to the end of the video and watch. I will put most of that stuff in the ending spiel, and I will try and update it every week or two with more news. Otherwise, that being said, we're just going to go ahead and jump straight into today's video. So today's video is part of the group of ideas that I had gotten from people that are all very similar. They're different strategies that are all based off of hedges. They're all hedge-based strategies and trying to protect yourself. Now, you guys all know I'm not a huge fan of hedge-based strategies. Pick a side, go for it. And most strategies based on hedges are not really targeting long rolls. In fact, I don't know what exactly it is they're targeting. They're more targeting not to lose versus targeting to win. You know, trying not to lose is different than trying to win. So, you know, there is that. But a lot of people do like these strategies, so let me go over them. So, with this one would start out with a $100 no 10. Now this would be after there's a point. And we'll just say the point is 9, but it does not matter what the point is. Point even could be a 10. You're still going to direct lay the 10, okay? And you're going to do 48 action. You're going to do a $24 8 and a $24 6. And for the final bit, you're going to hop the two-way 10s. Let's put it over here so it's within view of the camera. So your hop is protecting your 10s, while your 10 is covering your 6 and 8. The only real downside that I see to this is in the event of an immediate 0.7 out. In the event of an immediate 0.7 out, you're going to win 50 here, 49, 48, because you had to pay $2 vig there. So you're going to win 48 here, which covers this, but you lose the $10 here. So this strategy is really hoping some 6 and 8s get hit. Because if a 6 and 8 gets hit, you're going to get paid $28, right? So you use $10 of it to replace your hop. And then what I personally would recommend is you collect $12 and press whichever one of them hit up to 30. Now, same thing if the next one hits. If a 6 were to roll, you would do the same thing. You would bring your hopper back and you would press up to 30. Now, if an 8 were to roll, then you're just going to use that to get your 6 up. Replace your hopper. Right? Now, where this strategy can get expensive is in the event of a number of points hitting that are not 6s and 8s. But this does cover 10 of your 36 combinations of the dice. And in fact, it covers 10 of the 30 non-7 combinations of the dice. So as long as a 7 doesn't roll, you got a 1 in 3 chance of hitting a 6 or an 8, in which case you're going to slightly get paid. And then from there, you have a ton of options. The next one that rolls is going to get paid $35. You're really making 25 in profit because of your hopper that you have to continuously bring back up. But you're making some profit. You're making a green. Now, again, I would probably pull slightly less. I would take the 30 up to 42. And that's just me, but that's how I would do it. I would take the 30 up to 42. So I would only actually collect $13. And I would go up to 42. Because at this point, you're really not hedging your 6 and 8s anymore, but you are still hedging your initial buy-in on the 6 and 8. Now, the problem that can occur is this having to bring this up over and over and over and over again to protect you on the 10. If it were me, I wouldn't do the hopper at all. Just leave it alone, take my chances on the 10 rolling, and hope that I get enough 6 and 8s to eventually pay off my no 10 to the point where possibly I even take it down entirely. You know, let's say a 6 were to roll, right? So I'm going to throw in $12. Collect the green, go up to 42, bring my hopper back. What about if the next one hits? Well, if the next one hits, I'm going to, let's say an 8. I'm going to take the whole thing up to 30, bring my hopper back, collect the rest. Whole thing up to 60, I'm sorry. I say 30, bring my hopper back, collect the rest. Okay. Now, at this point, my profit is already greater than my bet. So what I'm probably going to do, since I already brought the hopper back, I'm going to go ahead and leave the no 10. But then the next time something hits, say a 6. Now when the 6 hits, I'm going to bring it up to 60, but I'm not going to bring my hopper back. I'm going to let the hop come down. The reason I'm going to let the hop come down is because I'm going to take the entire lay down. Say, take me down, take down my no 10. And I'm going to get my 102 back. So now at this point, I'd only actually be in for $48. That $48. I'm only actually in for the $48 I started on the 6 and 8, plus whatever I've lost on the hopper over time, but I've been paying that back off. The danger is if I've been having a lot of 4, 5s, and 9s roll, in which case I've been paying $10 for absolutely nothing, or 2s, 3s, 11s, and 12s. But once I've hit enough 6 and 8s that I have paid for things, I'm going to stop having my hopper going, and if I don't have the hopper going, then I'm probably going to stop with the no 10. I may still go with the no 10. It's a pretty good bet. You know, and especially since right now I've got $100 sitting here, so that kind of pays for the no 10 as well. Although I would actually need $150 to pay for the $102 no 10 plus the $48 6 and 8. So I'm getting close. I'm not quite there yet, but the very next hit would probably take me there. It doesn't matter what hits. I go up to 90. And at this point, I've made $150 in profit, which completely would pay for my no 10 and my 6 and 8. Still doesn't account for the hoppers, but hoppers are very difficult to account for because of how weird of a bet they are. So, an interesting strategy. Again, not sure if I like it. You notice that I just about cross this into a mid-press method relatively quickly. And that's the way to go. Again, what are you looking for? You're trying to win money or you're trying not to lose? That's the question you have to ask yourself when you're playing these kind of strategies. It's entirely up to you. So yeah, I hope you guys find this interesting, illuminating, enlightening, just plain fun. We will catch you guys next time. Bye now. Okay, everybody, and as promised, all the usual blah blah that I try and do at the beginning of the video, we're going to go ahead and put near the end of the video. And here we go. So thank you, everybody, for your usual patronage. All of you that are patrons of ours, we very, very much appreciate it. Thank you, everybody who's been buying us a cup of coffee. Love to say it's going to coffee right now, but this month with the entire family out for COVID, it's honestly going to Bill's and probably the kid's birthday in a week. But we definitely appreciate it. We're going to continue working on these live streams. I know you guys have seen some of them popping up. Just got to figure out the look of it, and some of the audio is still giving me issues, but hopefully we'll be getting those live streams and the craps tournaments going as soon as possible. Really just going to depend on scheduling. My schedule changed, Amy's schedule changed, kids' school schedule is fun. So once we figure out exactly how all those schedules are going to work, we'll let everybody know. And otherwise, please continue emailing us with anything you would like to see videoed. And again, thank you everybody for tuning in. We appreciate every single one of you guys. We'll catch you next time. Bye now. Welcome everybody to Sin City Living. My name is Jason and I'll be bringing you today's episode. As always, please hit those like and subscribe buttons. We have a ton of content for you guys coming out every single week, every single day generally. Occasionally miss a day like I did during the rodeo that is still ongoing right now. And I hope all of our patrons out there are appreciating the patron-only exclusive videos we're putting out with the dice class, putting one out every couple of weeks. And if you're curious about that, go ahead and check the description down below. Once I get this whole live stream thing figured out, I'm probably going to do a live stream on the patron site as well. One on the regular site, one on the patron site. I do have the new computer for it. Theoretically, I have everything ready. I'm just so busy currently with this rodeo. And one of our fans asked a question a little while back about ways to tip us, to show appreciation to us without having to sign up as one of our patrons. And at the time we did not have any way of doing it, but I have managed now to get us signed up with a site called Buy Me a Coffee. As I'm sure some of you guys have noticed from some of our videos, Louie and I are both pretty heavy coffee drinkers. So if you're curious about that as well, go ahead and check down below in the description as well. We would definitely appreciate any cups of coffee you're willing to pick up for us. And don't forget to email us with any strategies, questions, suggestions, anything at all. We love shooting those videos for you guys. I actually haven't gotten a new email in about 2 weeks. And also, don't forget, anybody that may be interested in one of the small Sin City Living neons that we have, just email us that as well, sincityliving.lv@gmail.com. Otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and get into today's episode. Today I'm going to talk about an interesting strategy that I came across. This one has a lot of different ways to play it. It's actually a fairly simple strategy. I would say it takes a medium bankroll. It doesn't take a bankroll in the thousands, but it definitely is going to take a bankroll in the hundreds, unless you just like to really go for it right away. And this strategy, we're going to say there's a point. Doesn't matter what the point is. I tend to use the 9 a lot. And it's really simple. It really, really is. You're going to set up. I messed that up. I did 2 units instead of 3. You're going to set up 66 inside. If the point is an inside number, you're going to include that point. So it's going to be 66 inside, including. But wait, there's more. Last one, pretty dang simple. You're going to have a $12 field bet. Why 12, you ask? Because that seems kind of an odd number. Pretty simple. This is similar to the pyramid strategies or the power 6/8 strategies, the funnel strategies. It's similar in that aspect, in that you're really pushing for these numbers right here. If the field wins, it's going to get paid $12, right? So we would pay the field $12. Now what the player is going to say is, press my 6 and 8. Okay, pretty basic. We'll press the 6 and 8. So now instead of 18, we've got $24 on it. What if the field doesn't roll, you ask? Glad you asked. If it happens to be a no field number, which would have to be one of these, no field, let's say a 5. It's going to get paid $21. In the field it goes. The way this strategy is designed is that it is using the field to pump the 6 and 8, and it is using the non-field numbers to pump the field, to keep the field going. If the field were to win right now, they would win $21. Guess what they would do? Press my 6 and 8. Now, as these press, you're not going to continue putting every penny into the field. So the player would ask for some change, so they can get some ones in there. You're going to bet the field, and you're going to use your inside numbers to keep the field going. But you're not going to do it all. Let's say an 8 were to roll right now. So this would lose, and the player would win $28, right? 28 bucks. Well, they certainly don't need to go $28 into the field. Okay? The initial idea of this bet is that the inside numbers, the 5, 6, 8, would always go into the field. It would just keep the field bet going. I personally think that they should kind of ease up on that a little bit, and instead just $12, because the $12 is what they're using to continuously pump the 6 and 8, right? So let's say we have $12 in the field and a 5 rolls, or a 6. We'll say a 6 rolls. So the field loses. Now this is going to get paid $21, right? Now knowing that they need some ones, I'm going to pay it this way. So that they have their $12 and they can collect the rest. It's only $9, but why not? You're using the $12 to press your 6 and 8. I don't understand why you would do $21 in the field at this point. Collect some. The only time I would increase the field is if I get to the point where I have pressed some of my numbers up and I'm winning more than $24 on a 5, 6, and 8. At that point, if the field comes down, I'm probably going to go ahead and say, screw it, put 24 into the field. As long as I get to the point where these are pressed up, which is also why I wouldn't press just the 6 and 8. I think I would probably funnel into the 6 and 8 until I hit the green. As soon as I hit in the green, I'm going to try and get my 5 up to 25. And at that point, now I can do a $25 field bet, or $24 field bet, and that way I can press these 2 units at a time. And that would be the strategy that I would use. I would slowly build these up and then increase the build. You want to collect, and the player that wrote about this strategy, they didn't really put their collection point. Their exact description was $12 in the field, always used to press the 6 and 8. If a non-field rolls, every penny of it goes in the field. So at what point do they collect? Just off the 9? If the 6 and 8 rolls the way they're describing it, it would all go in the field. I think that's silly. You at first just put $12 in the field. With $12 in the field, keep up, and basically you're doing an iron cross with the 9 included and with presses, which to me is of course preferable than the standard iron cross. Just in terms of an entertainment value, of course, the iron cross is, as much as dealers tend to look at it as a very, very boring strategy, the iron cross actually is probably the best beginner basic level strategy and probably the most reliable strategy overall. It's just not a strategy for winning huge money on huge rolls, on big monster rolls, which is what we like to see. Like to see people win money on monster rolls. But overall, the iron cross is one of the strongest strategies. So this being a modified iron cross is not a weak strategy. And just like the iron cross, what you'll notice is that the non-field numbers are 3 units, while the field would only be 2 units. An iron cross does not work if they're all the same units. It does work. It's just honestly stupid. Because at that point on the 6 and 8, generally you're winning $1. People do a $12 6 and 8, or a $6 6 and 8, and a $5 field. Then they win $1. Or if they're on a $10 table, $12 6 and 8, and $10 field, so they win $4. No, I'm sorry, the 6 and the 5, they win $2. So you're winning pennies. You're winning a couple bucks, and it's silly. It's a waste of your time. The proper iron cross always has more units on the place bets than in the field, which is why the iron cross on a $5 table doesn't make a whole lot of sense unless you're playing 2 units on these. Outside of that, again, like I've mentioned before with some of my personal iron cross variants, use the money to press. You win in your field. Cool. Press the 6, 8. I love it. We press the 6 and 8. Awesome. Okay. So you still have your field bet. So let's say a no field. Let's say a 5 rolls. So we're giving them their 9 change. And, no field, but they keep their field bet. Okay. Awesome. They've got their 9 change. Now let's say a 6 rolls. So they lose their 12 right here. Now over here, now they're winning 28. go back in the field, they collect. Now let's say the field rolls, let's say a 10 rolls. Okay, press my 6 and 8. I would love to. We now know what they are at. They are at 30. Now this is the point right here where I would start deviating. At this point, while it's great to keep pressing the 6 and 8 and go for a big hit, which would be a lovely thing to do, but if you're only going to focus on the 6, 8, I would pull these down at a certain point and stack them up onto the 6. If you're going to go for the 6, 8, just go for the 6 and 8. Otherwise, I would start using this field bet in other aspects. Let's say 3 rolls. Okay? So you get paid your $12 and press my 5 and 9. Why not? Where's the harm? Because now let's say 9 rolls. Well, of course it'd be a winner, but we'll say the points dead. Say 9 rolls. Well, what are they going to win? Well, they've already pressed it once, so now they're going to win 21. Right, so they get their $10 there. They've already got enough ones. Boom. Next time a field rolls, let's say it's a 3. They do the same thing. Press my 5 and 9. Now we've got the 5 and 9 at green. Where I may deviate from that, even if the 5 and 9 are just 15 still, is if a 6 and 8 were to roll. If a 6 and 8 were to roll, of course this would lose. They would get paid $35 right here. I wouldn't add in any ones because I know they've got plenty at this point. So they get paid $35. Well, let's do it this way. They get paid $35. What I would probably do at this point, since I've got a good backlog of ones set up for my other bets, I would probably do my $12 field bet, and I would probably go ahead and do the 4 and 10 as well. Use these numbers now to expand out that way. Or maybe I just do 2 units and I collect a little bit. Either way, I would slowly expand things out. Now, with this strategy, it's really focused on the 6 and 8, and I love that because that's the most likely to roll. Right here, between these two numbers, you have 10 of the 36 possible ways these dice can roll, or 5 out of 18 odds. That's pretty damn good. That is not bad at all. I would not be disappointed with those kind of odds in any way, shape, or form. So I like the idea of funneling into the 6 and 8. But if you want to make good money on a longer roll, on a decent roll, at a certain point you have to expand out. You have to broaden your horizons. You have to fly free, my child. So at a certain point, you got to expand it out. And I would probably use the 6 and 8 to do that. Or maybe I would use the 9 since it's going to win in the field and it's going to win on the place bet. But either way, I would suggest expanding this out. But that is entirely up to you, however you choose to do it. I hope you guys enjoyed this strategy, and we hope to see you guys next time. Please hit the like and subscribe buttons. I'm Jason. We'll catch you later. So, as I promised, I wanted to go over very briefly our upcoming attempts at a third test live stream. So what's happened so far? The first test live stream just flat didn't work. The problem that I had was was an equipment problem. I had an equipment problem in that the equipment that I was using to translate the camera into streamable video to the computer required a better USB port than the computer I was using at the time. So that one just flat failed because it would not translate into the computer. The computer would not pick it up, would not read it, so I wasn't able to live stream it. So then, as I was looking through, because I'm a little bit of a tech head, as I was looking through all of my other stuff, because I do have 4 laptops here and 3 computers, I did find one that actually did have the newer style USB port. Unfortunately, it was actually my oldest laptop, but I figured, what the heck, let me give it a shot. What's the worst that can happen? And this time around, when I fired everything up, the video was actually translating onto the computer, so things were looking better. But then when I attempted to live stream, the computer was not powerful enough to be able to translate it and then upload it sufficiently. So it basically just uploaded a blank screen for the live stream. So what I am going to have to do is, and I'm already looking into all of my options, I'm going to upgrade my computer so I can add, a 7th, 8th computer to my household. And I'm going to go much, much higher, and I'm going to get a computer that is far more than I need for this, far, far, far more powerful than I need for this. That way, any future upgrades that I may do, the computer will be able to handle it. So unfortunately, this computer is going to cost me about 25% more, about 25% of what I've already laid out in all the equipment for this channel. So it wasn't something I could just instantly buy. I'm probably looking at Black Friday or Cyber Monday. So hopefully I have it within the next couple of weeks, and then I'll do another test live stream and see if I can go from there. So I will definitely do at least one weekly live stream on our Patreon because they're the ones that are really helping us get this computer. And the other equipment that I'm going to get, because I figure if I'm buying the computer, I might as well buy the most high-end capture cards and things along those lines, get everything as good as possible, and then hopefully eventually get a better microphone for you guys. So yeah, that's where we stand on the live stream. As soon as I have the computer and I do the test, which will be in a few weeks, like I said, got to order it in a week or two, then I have to wait for it to ship. Plus we have probably the biggest event of the year coming up, the NFR National Finals Rodeo. So I'm basically working 2 weeks straight, as is my wife. So not going to have a whole lot of time. But once we get all that under control, then we'll figure out. There's been some schedule changes to myself, some schedule changes to my wife, and some upcoming schedule changes to my wife as well. So hopefully we can get all the scheduling figured out so I know when I'll be able to live stream as well. My initial plan of Thursdays at 6 o'clock is already out the window. I'm at work at that point now. So we will get it all figured out, and we will let you guys know, I promise. And otherwise, I hope you guys have found this interesting, enlightening, illuminating, or at least just plain fun. And we will catch you guys next time. Bye now. Welcome everybody to Sin City Living. My name is Jason, and I'll be bringing you today's episode. As always, please hit those like and subscribe buttons. We have a ton of content for you guys coming out every single week, every single day generally. Occasionally miss a day like I did during the rodeo that is still ongoing right now. And I hope all of our patrons out there are appreciating the patron-only exclusive videos we're putting out with the dice class, putting one out every couple of weeks. And if you're curious about that, go ahead and check the description down below. Once I get this whole live stream thing figured out, I'm probably going to do a live stream on the patron site as well. One on the regular site, one on the patron site. I do have the new computer for it. Theoretically, I have everything ready. I'm just so busy currently with this rodeo. And one of our fans asked a question a little while back about ways to tip us, to show appreciation to us without having to sign up as one of our patrons. And at the time we did not have any way of doing it, but I have managed now to get us signed up with a site called Buy Me a Coffee. As I'm sure some of you guys have noticed from some of our videos, Louie and I are both pretty heavy coffee drinkers. So if you're curious about that as well, go ahead and check down below in the description as well. We would definitely appreciate any cups of coffee you're willing to pick up for us. And don't forget to email us with any strategies, questions, suggestions, anything at all. We love shooting those videos for you guys. I actually haven't gotten a new email in about 2 weeks. And also, don't forget, anybody that may be interested in one of the small Sin City Living neons that we have, just email us that as well, sincitylivingLV@gmail.com. Otherwise, going to go ahead and get into today's episode. Covering something on craps once again, and I want to cover an interesting, kind of fun way of playing, an interesting little strategy that I've come across. This is another one, like a lot of the strategies, that it doesn't matter what the point may be, we're going to set the point as a 9. Now this strategy, we're only dealing with the 6 and 8. So what you're going to do is we're going to place the 6 and we're going to place the 8 for $30 a piece. All we're trying to do here is we're trying to hit either one of them 3 times. Not both combined. We don't want to hit an 8 and then 2 6s. We want to hit 3 6s or 3 8s. Okay, that's all we're trying to do. 3 times. We have a $60 buy-in at this point. So what'll happen is, let's say the 6 were to roll. So if the 6 rolls, it gets paid $35. Player is going to throw in $1 and stack everything up. We're going to go from $30 to $66. Okay, that's the first hit. It is hit once. So it hits again. This pays $77. The player is once again throwing in $1, and we're going to stack everything up. What we've got here is we have $144 6. Okay? So now it is hit 2 times. 2 times. We've gone from 30 to 144. Our total outlay at the moment, $62. Okay? No matter what may happen, even if this one were to hit a couple more times, our total outlay is only going to be at most $64. $64 total. If, say, the 8 hits, throw $1 in, stack it all up. 8 hits again. We're going to throw another $1 in. Stack it all up. So at this point, we're in $64 total, and we still haven't collected yet, because what we want is that 3rd hit. That 3rd hit is where it gets fun, because that 3rd hit, we're going to want to come down. So let's say the 6 rolls. We say, take us down. Take us down. Well, by itself, it's going to pay $168. 144 pays $166. But when we say take us down, what we end up with is $312 and down. We'll show it to you nice and slow. $312. $312 and down. Off our $64 total, or $62 if we never once had a single 8 hit. We are $312 and down. Interesting, fun little strategy that I've seen. We'll of course leave the 8 up, hoping that 8 hits again, in which case we go to $312 and down as well. If this were to occur, that's how I would play it. I would take this one down, and then if this one hits, I would take this one down. But there's other ways to play it as well. Once the first one hits, you may say take everything down and give me 27 across, or 32 across, including the point, and then just go with one of the other strategies that we've done, say the mid-press method, or even the power press method. At this point, you're up, even if you only one of them hit. Say you do your $312 and down on the 6, and you say take my 8 down as well. Doesn't matter what the 8 is. 8 could be at 30, could be at 66, could be at 144. Doesn't really matter. At that point, we take it down. We're good to go. I've actually seen this method played a couple of times, and it's not going to be a super huge swing for the fences, let's see if we can't win every chip that's on the table kind of strategy, but it is a fun strategy. The ones that I've seen play this, they have a blast with this because they're really rooting for that 6, and it's a lot of fun, and it does confuse the dealers at first, not because these are hard bets, but because they're kind of uncommon bets. When you have a $30 6 and it pays and they throw $1 in, this one's kind of obvious for us. We just stack it all the way up to 66. But then when it pays 77, the player throws $1 in and says stack it all up. Generally it's gonna make the dealer pause for a second and look at it to make sure it's proper. Just because, not that it's a hard bet, but because it's one that we don't see very often. In fact, we almost never see this. But once we get into the swing of things, even the dealers are like, hey, that's kind of cool. There is a slight variation you can do on it as well, which is when you're at 66 and it pays that 77. Instead of throwing $1 in, you could also throw $7 in. Now at this point you're in for a little bit more, but it's just going to make it easier because it's going to bring you up to 150, which is a very common, very standard type of bet here. And some players don't like to be collecting all this white and red and all that. A lot of players like to get to where they're only collecting blacks and greens. And then if this hits for that third time, it's going to pay 175. So we'll pay 200 for a quarter. And this time it'll be 325 and down. Just all black and green. A little bit easier, maybe a little bit prettier, I suppose, only black and green. But this is a fun strategy. I've seen it a few times. I'll be honest, I don't see it hit super often because dice is a very, very streaky game. Do 6s and 8s, do they roll 3 times before a 7 out? Absolutely. Does it happen all the time? Absolutely not. I've seen people buy in with $500 and play this strategy, and 45 minutes later walk away from the table with nothing. I've also seen people buy in with $200 and hit it on their second try. So remember, your outlay for this is $64, $64 or $62, either one, depending. But between $62 to $64, and you don't collect. So every single roll you were losing $62 to $64 unless you hit your 312 and down, or 325 and down, however you want to do it. You at no point collect. So there is no point where you're adding a couple extra rolls to what you're doing. You're just losing your $60-something every single time unless it hits that third time. If it hits that third time, now you're collecting your 312 and down. So if think about it, you basically need to hit this 1 in 5 rolls just to break even. So this is going to be a streaky type of play. You definitely want to catch it when it's streaky. And like any other strategy, guys, when you're ahead, take your winnings and go. Don't keep chasing the bigger and bigger ahead, because that's how you give it all back. I actually just saw that last night. Guy won about $1,500 in a couple of lucky hits, and then what did he do? He quadrupled the size of his bets and gave it all back within 15 minutes. So when you hit something like this, 312 and down, play a couple more hands, but what you should do is set yourself a backstop. If you're up, say, $300, say, okay, I'm only going to play $200 more. And if I lose it, I lose it, and I walk away, I'm still up. Give yourself a backstop when you're ahead so that you're still walking away with some money. We like to see people win. We like to see people walk away with money. And like I said, once you do your down, that's when you then go decide you want to do an across method, a mid press method, a power press method. Maybe you just start doing the pass line, or maybe you start doing come bets. Regardless of whatever your method is, you're still playing, you're still in the game, and if the roll happens to be a hot roll, fantastic. Go for it. Why not? What can it hurt? Now, you could also play this the other direction. You could do a 5 and a 9. We'll just set up on the 9 as an example. You can do the 5 and a 9. So for this one, 25 pays 35. Now the same thing. Throw in $1. Throw in $1, go up to 61. Reason for that? That $1, yes, it does make it improper, but now this 61, right? Yeah, 61 is going to pay $85. So you're not going to keep adding on more white. So that's the first hit on the 9. So the next hit on the 9, it's going to pay $85. You just tell them to take you to 120. Take your $1 back. I'm sorry, not 120. You're going to go to 145. So now it is hit twice, right? So what does 145 pay? Well, 150 would pay 210. So this is going to pay 203. Okay, 145 will pay 203. So if it hits again, if it hits that third time, you're going to get paid, and you're going to say take it down. So just like the 6 or 8, you're only looking for 3 hits. Now, if you get those 3 hits, you are 348 and down. $348 down off a $25 initial buy, or $50 if you're on both numbers. Like I said, this isn't a super complex method. It's not a really tricky strategy. It's not a strategy that's takes a lot of thought, takes a lot of effort. It's not hugely exciting like going across, power pressing, mid pressing, where every number you're collecting some, you're adding some, you're just pumping it up, and cheering for every roll of the dice. No, this is more of a kind of a more sedate, smaller, targeted strategy. If you look at it, you've got a decent amount on the table. I mean, if you're doing $30 6 and 8 for $60, or you're doing $25 5 and 9 for $50, you have more on the table to start with than your 27 across, or even your 54 across or 52 across player. Only they have every number, but they have every number at a lower level. You are focusing in on two numbers, and trying to jack them up quick, but not trying to go super heavy. Three hits and down, it's a reasonable mid-level compromise. Again, not going to happen super often, but when it does, it's going to be fun. It's going to be a good time. It's going to make the dealer smile. It's going to make the box smile, because it's a strategy we don't see super often, and it is kind of a fun strategy. You start rooting for that number to hit. We are more likely to be internally rooting for your $144 6 than we are for somebody's $10 5. It's just, we like to see this kind of stuff. We like to see this kind of stuff hit. We like to see clever little strategies, as long as they make sense. And I mean, every strategy, the house has the advantage. So of course, all strategies have things that are against them, but there's a lot of strategies we see that make absolutely zero sense. This is one that does kind of make some sense. Makes a little bit of sense. It's kind of fun. It can be a good time. So I just thought we'd throw this strategy at you, see if you were interested in it. Give it a try. Let us know how it goes in the comments if you're out in Vegas or any other casino that has craps in any other states. And thank you for watching, YouTube. Okay. So, as I promised, I wanted to go over very briefly our upcoming attempts at a third test live stream. So what's happened so far? The first test live stream just flat didn't work. The problem that I had was was an equipment problem. I had an equipment problem in that the equipment that I was using to translate the camera into streamable video to the computer required a better USB port than the computer I was using at the time. So that one just flat failed because it would not translate into the computer. The computer would not pick it up, would not read it, so I wasn't able to live stream it. So then, as I was looking through, because I'm a little bit of a tech head, as I was looking through all of my other stuff, because I do have 4 laptops here and 3 computers, I did find one that actually did have the newer style USB port. Unfortunately, it was actually my oldest laptop, but I figured, what the heck, let me give it a shot. What's the worst that can happen? And this time around, when I fired everything up, the video was actually translating onto the computer, so things were looking better. But then when I attempted to live stream, the computer was not powerful enough to be able to translate it and then upload it sufficiently. So it basically just uploaded a blank screen for the live stream. So what I am going to have to do is, and I'm already looking into all of my options, I'm going to upgrade my computer so I can add, a 7th, 8th computer to my household. And I'm going to go much higher, and I'm going to get a computer that is far more than I need for this, far more powerful than I need for this. That way, any future upgrades that I may do, the computer will be able to handle it. So unfortunately, this computer is going to cost me about 25% more, about 25% of what I've already laid out in all the equipment for this channel. So it wasn't something I could just instantly buy. I'm probably looking at Black Friday or Cyber Monday. So hopefully I have it within the next couple of weeks, and then I'll do another test live stream and see if I can go from there. So I will definitely do at least one weekly live stream on our Patreon, because they're the ones that are really helping us get this computer. and the other equipment that I'm going to get, because I figure if I'm buying the computer, I might as well buy the most high-end capture cards and things along those lines, get everything as good as possible, and then hopefully eventually get a better microphone for you guys. So yeah, that's where we stand on the live stream. As soon as I have the computer and I do the test, which will be in a few weeks, like I said, got to order it in a week or two, then I have to wait for it to ship. Plus we have probably the biggest event of the year coming up, the NFR National Finals Rodeo. So I'm basically working 2 weeks straight, as is my wife. So not going to have a whole lot of time. But once we get all that under control, then we'll figure out. There's been some schedule changes to myself, some schedule changes to my wife, and some upcoming schedule changes to my wife as well. So hopefully we can get all the scheduling figured out so I know when I'll be able to live stream as well. My initial plan of Thursdays at 6 o'clock is already out the window. I'm at work at that point now. So we will get it all figured out, and we will let you guys know, I promise. And otherwise, I hope you guys have found this interesting, enlightening, illuminating, or at least just plain fun. And we will catch you guys next time. Bye now. Hello everybody, and welcome to Sin City Living. My name is Jason. I'll be bringing you today's episode. As always, we want to thank all of our fans, our sponsors, our patrons. We appreciate all of your guys' support. Everyone that's bought us a cup of coffee, been greatly appreciated. We've had a rough couple of weeks here in the family, been out of work for a week and a half, coming up on 2 weeks, thanks to our old friend COVID running through us. I don't want to take up a whole lot of time with the usual spiel, so all of you guys that are interested in what's going on with Sin City Living and what we plan on doing in the future with our live streams and upcoming events, please stick around to the end of the video or skip to the end of the video and watch. I will put most of that stuff in the ending spiel, and I will try and update it every week or two with more news. Otherwise, that being said, we're just going to go ahead and jump straight into today's video. All right, getting right into it. So today is going to be another strategy. This one is extremely basic. This might be a somewhat quicker video because of its simplicity. The beauty of it is its simplicity. One of the things that's very difficult with a lot of the strategies I see is how much people have to stop and think every single roll, especially on rolls that might be going 3, 4, 5 rolls, 10, 12 rolls, maybe we've got a 15-minute hand going. The player has to stop and think and even ask the dealer, hold on a sec, let me think. And that's just, it's getting too complex. The simpler, the better. Keep your strategies nice and simple, keeps the flow of the game going. It means you don't have to do a lot of thinking. It means you can be distracted by a cocktail waitress bringing you your drink or something along those lines without a problem. So how is it going to work? Well, this one, like most strategies, is going to be a place bet strategy. Now, you could either do 54 across if you've got a pass line bet, or you could do 64 across including the point, which would be my preferred method of play. So we'll go ahead and set it up as a 64 across. I'm doing 64 across because it's very difficult to find $5 tables anymore. Even $10 tables are starting to become harder and harder to find. On the strip, very difficult to find. Off the strip, pretty actually easy to find. So kind of averages out to slightly uncommon. $5 tables, however, almost impossible to find. There are still some out there, absolutely, but they're tough to find. So 64 across. So how does it work? Well, the thing with a lot of the strategies that people don't like, especially the power press strategies, is the fact that you leave so much money on the table and that you may not hit a break-even point without an extremely fantastic roll. Like the power press method, instead of collecting, we're oftentimes throwing more money in there. We throw more money, so we're not making anything at any particular point unless we just hit a god-awful amazing roll. Then you've got your regression players that end up being a beat or two behind because they drop their bets down before bringing them back up. Then you've got your mid press. So this particular strategy is kind of in between. You're going to press your bets, but you want to at least break even on your bets. Now, unlike some of the strategies that look at breaking even on all your bets all the way across, instead this one looks at the individual bets, which means it does take a few more hits in order to hit a break even point for all your bets. But the idea behind this one is to get paid to cover the first bet, and then start increasing your bets, but still get paid every so often. And I call it the 1, 2, 3 method, because really those numbers can go on to infinity, but that's how I like to play it. And the way it works, we'll do the 8 to start with, okay? So the first time the 8 hits, it pays $14. We're gonna same bet it. We're gonna same bet it, so we're gonna collect 14 on a $12 bet. So now the 8 is paid for. The 8 is now free. We're still in $52 on the rest, but the 8 itself is now paid for. So the next time it hits, so we've same betted once, so now we're going to press. So we collect another $2, and we're up to 24. So we've pressed it once. Next time it hits, it's going to pay $28. We say same bet, so we throw them $2. They give us 30 for that 2. Now what are we going to do? Well, we've pressed it once, and it's called the 1, 2, 3 method, right? So guess what? We're now going to press 2 times. So the next time it hits after that, we tell them we want to press. So they press it up to 48. That's one press. The next time it hits, we press again. Now, in this particular case, I would not go up to 96, because now we're starting to get into just kind of the weird bets. I mean, that's a common one. It's easy to pay, but I don't like having that many colors on my bet. I like to keep it simple. It makes the further presses simple as well. So for this particular bet, this one's going to pay $56, and we're going to tell them to take us to 90. It's almost a full press. We still collect a little bit of money. Now, if it hits again, it pays $105. Now, we just pressed it once and then collected. Then we pressed it twice. So we're going to collect. And guess what? The next 3 hits, we're going to press it again. We're going to take our 90. Instead of going up to 180, I'm going to go up to 150. That's 1. Then I'm going to go up to 300. That's 2. Then I'm going to go up to 600. That's 3. The next time, I same bet it. 1, 2, 3. 1 press, collect. So collect, then press it once, collect, press it twice, collect, press it 3 times, collect, press it 4 times if you can. From 600 you go to 1200, from 1200 you go to 2400. You might be at table max at 1200. Might be at table max at 2400. Might not hit table max till 5400. Who knows? So you'll press as best you can. And you would do that with any of the numbers. If the 9 hits, the first time around, you collect so that you have paid for your bet. Now the 9 itself is paid for. Then the next time it hits, you tell them you want to press. Maybe you throw them $1 so that they can just give you some more red. But you press it up to 20. That's 1 press. Next time it hits, it pays 28. You throw them a couple bucks, they give you 30. So now we're going to press twice. So the next time it hits, it pays 28. You tell them to press, and I would stack it all up, but you could just press to 40, but I would tell them to go all the way. So that's 1. So the next time it hits, what does 40 pay? Well, 40 pays 56. Where are we likely to go with this? Well, screw it. Go all the way. Go to 100. I'm sorry, I had 45 on there, so I mispaid that. Thought something looked kind of weird to me there. Okay, so 45 pays 63. That's where I messed it up. 45 pays 63, so we would take it still to 100. Go to 100, collect the rest. So we same betted once, paid for the bet, then we pressed it. Then we same betted again, collected. Then we press twice. So now we would same bet again. 140 payout. Then after that, we would press it 3 times. I would press to 200, then I would press to 400, then I would probably not press to 800. I'd probably go to 750. It pays 1,050. Because then that leaves me some easy progressions after that, because then I would say bet, and then I would go to 1,500, and then if I'm not at table max at 1,000, and then 3,000 if 2,000 isn't the table max, and then I would probably hit 5,000. It's most likely going to be the table max, and keep going from there. So press it. So same bet it to pay for the bet, and then after that, 1, 2, 3. Press it once, collect. Press it twice, collect. Press it 3 times, collect. Keep going, press it 4 times, collect, so on and so forth. You guys see the progression that is going on here. Pretty basic progression, pretty basic strategy. It's a basic strategy, it's easy to play, it's easy to remember what you're doing. Simple. That's the beauty of this strategy. I hope you guys have enjoyed this. Hope you find it enlightening, illuminating, pleasant to watch. We thank you for watching. Please hit the like and subscribe buttons. We'll catch you guys. Okay, everybody, and as promised, all the usual blah blah that I try and do at the beginning of the video, we're going to go ahead and put near the end of the video. And here we go. So thank you, everybody, for your usual patronage. All of you that are patrons of ours, we very, very much appreciate it. Thank you, everybody who's been buying us a cup of coffee. Love to say it's going to coffee right now, but this month with the entire family out for COVID, it's honestly going to Bill's and probably the kid's birthday in a week. But we definitely appreciate it. We're going to continue working on these live streams. I know you guys have seen some of them popping up. Just got to figure out the look of it, and some of the audio is still giving me issues. But hopefully we'll be getting those live streams and the craps tournaments going as soon as possible. Really just going to depend on scheduling. My schedule changed, Amy's schedule changed, kids' school schedule is fun. So once we figure out exactly how all those schedules are going to work, we'll let everybody know. And otherwise, please continue emailing us with anything you would like to see videoed. And again, thank you everybody for tuning in. We appreciate every single one of you guys. We'll catch you next time. Bye now. Welcome everybody to Sin City Living. My name is Jason and I'll be bringing you today's episode. As always, please hit those like and subscribe buttons. We have a ton of content for you guys coming out every single week, every single day generally. Occasionally miss a day like I did during the rodeo that is still ongoing right now. And I hope all of our patrons out there are appreciating the patron-only exclusive videos we're putting out with the dice class, putting one out every couple of weeks. And if you're curious about that, go ahead and check the description down below. Once I get this whole live stream thing figured out, I'm probably going to do a live stream on the patron site as well. One on the regular site, one on the patron site. I do have the new computer for it. Theoretically, I have everything ready. I'm just so busy currently with this rodeo. And one of our fans asked a question a little while back about ways to tip us, to show appreciation to us without having to sign up as one of our patrons. And at the time we did not have any way of doing it, but I have managed now to get us signed up with a site called Buy Me a Coffee. As I'm sure some of you guys have noticed from some of our videos, Louie and I are both pretty heavy coffee drinkers. So if you're curious about that as well, go ahead and check down below in the description as well. We would definitely appreciate any cups of coffee you're willing to pick up for us. And don't forget to email us with any strategies, questions, suggestions, anything at all. We love shooting those videos for you guys. I actually haven't gotten a new email in about 2 weeks. And also, don't forget, anybody that may be interested in one of the small Sin City Living neons that we have, just email us that as well, sincityliving.lv@gmail.com. Otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and get into today's episode. So for today's strategy, we're going to go do an interesting strategy. Now, this is another strategy that requires a decent sized bankroll. So of course it's not going to be for everybody, but I thought it was kind of an interesting strategy, so I figured I would post it up here for you guys. Now, the way this one's going to work is, like a lot of strategies, it doesn't matter what the point is, so we're just going to set the point as 10. And again, it's going to use place bets. And now this one is going to be $3.20 across. That's why I say this one requires a decent sized bankroll. Depending on where you look, you're going to see advice of always have a bankroll big enough to see 10 shooters. I'm not entirely certain I buy into that completely, so it's up to you. If you have a 10 times your bet bankroll, you really have a bankroll for a lot more than 10 shooters, because very rarely are you going to just get 10 in a row point outs. Then again, for strategies like this that require a few hits, 10 shooters is not necessarily a bad idea, because you need to see a decent number of rolls. So the way this strategy works is it's going to be based on what rolls as far as what you do. But the idea is to get your bets up. If anything rolls, regardless of what rolls, let's say if 5 rolls, you're going to get paid $70. Okay? What you're going to do, you're going to collect 10, and you're going to press the 6 and 8 up to $90. The next hit, you're going to either press the 6 and 8 again if it was one of these outside numbers, or it's all going to depend. So if it's one of these 4 numbers, you're going to press the 6 and 8 up to 120. If it's a 6 and 8, then you're going to do a slightly different press, which would be the third press if it were one of these outside numbers. So if a 6 and 8 were to roll, now at this point you're going to get paid $105. So what you're going to do is you're going to press the 5 and 9 up to 100. Now, if any of these roll, regardless of what rolls, you're going to get paid $105. You're going to press the 4 and 10 up to 100. That would be 3 hits. The only thing that could be hinky is if when the 5 and 9 were still at 50, those hit, so it only got paid $70. You wouldn't be able to bring your 5 and 9 up to $100, so you would just go ahead and press the 6 and 8, or you would collect. Some people are just going to collect that $70 at that point, because they already have their 6 and 8 up to 90. The idea behind this strategy is that you actually stop at $90 on the 6 and 8. I personally would bring it up to 120. It seems silly to me to have this one have the 2 most common numbers be the lowest payout bet. 2 most common numbers to roll be the bets that pay out the lowest. Because this idea right here is theoretically the final press, the final level. It's up to you if this is where you want to stop. But after 3 hits, the idea is that this is where you were at. You've gone from 320 across to now having 400, 580, to now having $580 across. Seems like a scary amount. But this strategy is only based off of 4 hits. You have the 3 hits to bring yourself up to here. On the 4th hit, it does not matter what hits. So on this one, we'll just go ahead and make it completely random. Just hope it's not a 7. Okay, and 11. Well, okay, it does matter what it hits, because it has to be one of these. And a 3. Well, I've got some talent here. Okay, so 4. Let's say 4 rolls. So what does this pay? Well, they can go ahead and throw in the $5 for the $200 payout, because the 4 right here is a buy. Now, what are you going to do? Regress. This, like a lot of the conservative strategies, is a regression strategy. So like many of those strategies, even though this starts with a really high bankroll, this is a strategy for very low rolls. This is a strategy for shooters that shoot 10 rolls of the dice or less. Really, this is a strategy for shooters that just manage to break that 50% chance of a 7 in the first 3 rolls. Because at the 4th roll, they regress. This player regresses to 160 across including. They're going to collect everything else. So they have $620 left. $620 left. $620 that they are collecting. And now they have 160 across. 160 across including. And at this point, you're going to go with whatever press method or play style you prefer. Some people are really happy with this right here, where they're winning 25 bucks or more, 35, 35, 49, where they're winning in the greens every single roll, and they just keep same betting. These are the kind of players, the same bet players when they're at this level, the kind of players that'll win a few $100 on a decent roll, 500 or 600 bucks on a super hot roll. So it's up to you what you would do. I personally, on a regression style strategy, if I play a regression strategy, that means I have already kind of given up on the go for it, try and win all the chips on the table kind of thing. So I'm not likely to do a power press. I'm more likely to do a mid press. On the 6 and 8, any of these hit, I'm likely to go 42, then I'm going to go 60, then I'm either going to go 72 and 90, probably 90, from 90, 105, or 150, from 150, probably 210, and from 210 to 300, so on and so forth. For the 5 and 9, I'm looking at probably going from 25 to 35, 35 to 50, 50 to 75, 75 to 125, 125 to 150 probably, maybe 200. Let me say 200, 125 to 200, because I'm still collecting a black at that point. 200 to 300, 300 to 500, so on and so forth. 4 and 10, probably just going to do straight presses. 25 to 50, 50 to 100, 100 to 200, 200 to 400. Because those I'm still collecting a pretty decent bit. And that's the problem with regression strategies. If you actually catch that hot roll, really you're 5 or 6 rolls behind the power presser. This is the kind of strategy that if you hit one of those 60 roll hands that we've talked about in other videos, and of course those extremely low likelihood rolls, but should you hit one of those 60 roll hands with no 7, your power presser is probably going to win $30, $40, $50, $60,000. Your mid presser is probably going to win $10 to $15,000. This player right here is probably going to win about $3,000 or $4,000 because they're so many beats behind. However, if you catch those 10 to 15 roll hands, the power presser is losing money every single time. The mid presser is coming close to breaking even. They're losing a little because they're collecting a little bit. They're pretty close to breaking even on the 10 to 15 roll hands. They might lose a little bit, and this player is actually going to be ahead. This player is going to be ahead a few $100s. So this is a strategy that if you catch a few decent rolls, just this, like I said, the Midland rolls, what as dealers we wouldn't really call a good roll. We would just say, oh, it wasn't bad. I've seen worse. You're going to win some money. As you see, you hit that 4th hit and you've won a few $100s. You've got what some people would consider a free bet, although we hate that term. Once this money is yours, it is yours. You are not playing with the casino's money. You're playing with your money. If it was the casino's money, they could take it back anytime they wanted. This is your money. So when you're playing with this is not the casino's money. It's not a free bet. It's your money. But you have collected more than your initial buy-in or more than your initial bet, and now you're betting a lower amount and just pressing up. It's not horrible. It's really, really not. And this is the kind of strategy that you can win a few $100s at. And again, like I say in all of the strategy videos lately, set yourself a backstop. No strategy is unbeatable. No strategy is guaranteed win, despite what some people may think. It's not possible. There are mathematicians with PhDs that have gone over this. It is absolutely impossible to have a can't-miss strategy. Some people are firmly convinced that their strategy is unlosable, and that is not true, but people can believe what they choose to believe. If there were truly an unbeatable strategy, then this game would not exist. But there are strategies that you will win in the short term, so set yourself a backstop. If you buy in for, say, with this strategy, it's kind of a well, this is a pretty heavy bankroll strategy. So let's say you bought in for $2,000. And let's say you count up your money, you've had a couple of Midland rolls, you count up your money, and you've got, say, $3,300. Tell yourself, you know what, I'm going to stop at $3,000. If I go down to $3,000, I'm going to walk away. It's the only way you're going to win money is if you choose to walk away at a certain point. So make sure that you set yourselves backstops. Even change your strategy a little bit. If you buy in for $2,000, you're playing this strategy and you find yourself, you count your rail and you've got, say, $3,500, maybe stop doing $320 across. Maybe say, you know what, I'm going to stop at $3,000 because I'm up $1,000, and I'm just going to start playing 54 across, or 64 across, or 96 across, whatever the table minimums may be, and play a slightly different strategy so that you don't lose what you're allowing yourself to gamble with all in one shot. But that's entirely up to you. You play how you want to play. All I'm doing is offering you these strategies as ideas. I don't expect you guys to play the strategies exactly as we have seen them or had them sent to us or came across them. These are just ideas for you guys to develop your own strategies. Everybody's different. You want to have fun while you're playing. Have fun. That is the number one thing. Have fun while you play this game. So I hope you guys enjoy this. I hope you guys can use this possibly as an idea, percolating in your brains to come up with your own strategies and your own ideas, or possibly you want to modify it. If you guys have any of your own strategies, go ahead and send them to us. Email us at sincitylivinglv@gmail.com. We'd be happy to post a video on them. Thank you very much, guys. Please hit the like and subscribe buttons. We'll catch you guys next time. So, as I promised, I wanted to go over very briefly our upcoming attempts at a third test live stream. So what's happened so far? The first test live stream just flat didn't work. The problem that I had was an equipment problem. I had an equipment problem in that the equipment that I was using to translate the camera into streamable video to the computer required a better USB port than the computer I was using at the time. So that one just flat failed because it would not translate into the computer. The computer would not pick it up, would not read it, so I wasn't able to live stream it. So then, as I was looking through, because I'm a little bit of a tech head, as I was looking through all of my other stuff, because I do have 4 laptops here and 3 computers, I did find one that actually did have the newer style USB port. Unfortunately, it was actually my oldest laptop, but I figured, what the heck, let me give it a shot. What's the worst that can happen? And this time around, when I fired everything up, the video was actually translating onto the computer, so things were looking better. But then when I attempted to live stream, the computer was not powerful enough to be able to translate it and then upload it sufficiently. So it basically just uploaded a blank screen for the live stream. So what I am going to have to do is, and I'm already looking into all of my options, I'm going to upgrade my computer so I can add, what, a 7th, 8th computer to my household. And I'm going to go much, much higher, and I'm going to get a computer that is far more than I need for this, far, far, far more powerful than I need for this. That way, any future upgrades that I may do, the computer will be able to handle it. So unfortunately, this computer is going to cost me about 25% more, about 25% of what I've already laid out in all the equipment for this channel. So it wasn't something I could just instantly buy. I'm probably looking at Black Friday or Cyber Monday. So hopefully I have it within the next couple of weeks, and then I'll do another test live stream and see if I can go from there. So I will definitely do at least one weekly live stream on our Patreon because they're the ones that are really helping us get this computer. And the other equipment that I'm going to get, because I figure if I'm buying the computer, I might as well buy the most high-end capture cards and things along those lines, get everything as good as possible, and then hopefully eventually get a better microphone for you guys. So yeah, that's where we stand on the live stream. As soon as I have the computer and I do the test, which will be in a few weeks, like I said, I've got to order it in a week or two, then I have to wait for it to ship. Plus we have probably the biggest event of the year coming up, the NFR National Finals Rodeo. So I'm basically working 2 weeks straight, as is my wife. So not going to have a whole lot of time. But once we get all that under control, then we'll figure out. There's been some schedule changes to myself, some schedule changes to my wife, and some upcoming schedule changes to my wife as well. So hopefully we can get all the scheduling figured out so I know when I'll be able to live stream as well. My initial plan of Thursdays at 6 o'clock is already out the window. I'm at work at that point now. So we will get it all figured out, and we will let you guys know, I promise. And otherwise, I hope you guys have found this interesting, enlightening, illuminating, or at least just plain fun. And we will catch you guys next time. Bye now. Hello everybody and welcome to Sin City Living. My name is Jason. I'll be bringing you today's episode. As always, we want to thank all of our fans, our sponsors, our patrons. We appreciate all of your guys' support. Everyone that's bought us a cup of coffee, been greatly appreciated. We've had a rough couple of weeks here in the family, been out of work for a week and a half, coming up on 2 weeks thanks to our old friend COVID running through us. I don't want to take up a whole lot of time with the usual spiel, so all of you guys that are interested in what's going on with Sin City Living and what we plan on doing in the future with our live streams and upcoming events, please stick around to the end of the video or skip to the end of the video and watch. I will put most of that stuff in the ending spiel, and I will try and update it every week or two with more news. Otherwise, that being said, we're just going to go ahead and jump straight into today's video. And for today, I want to go over a system that was emailed to me from one of our viewers. It doesn't really have a name to it. We'll figure something out as we go along, I think. So their idea behind this system is that within about 6 hits or so, they double all of their place bets. This is a place bet based system like most systems are. It's the best way to play in dice. And the way they are going to work it is they're going to go 160 across. So they're going to get all the numbers, and they're going to work them. So on the come-out roll, all of these bets are going to be working. So they will win if anything rolls. They will, of course, lose if a 7 rolls. So since these are all working, we're actually not going to worry about the puck today. We're just going to go with what's going to happen with these bets as they roll. So the way they want to work it is if a 4 or a 10 rolls, so let's say a 10 rolls, the player wants to throw in $1, and instead of pressing the 4 and 10, what they actually want to press is the 5 and 9. Okay? And I can see the reasoning behind this. The 4 and 10 are less likely to roll, so they want to funnel their money onto the inside to the numbers that are most likely to roll from here on out, so that they can try and make more money from the get-go. Okay? Now, if one of the inside numbers were to have rolled, the 5, 6, 8, or 9, as in rolling first, they want to, what their plan is it will pay 36. Once again, they're going to throw in that $1. Okay? And this time they're going to press, oh no, I'm sorry, they're not going to throw in $1. Oh yes, my fault. I'm losing my mind. So they will throw in the $1, and what they're going to do now is they're going to press their 6 and 8. Okay, so that's $36 right there, which means they can press these 18 each or go to 48. They're going to go to 48 on each one of these. So if one of the inside numbers rolls, they're going to throw in $1 and they're going to press up their 6 and 8. If the 4 or the 10 rolls, they're going to press their 5 and 9. Now, moving forward from here, so we'll just assume that 2 rolls have happened. We've had a 10 roll, and then let's say we had an 8 roll. That way we're at these presses. So they've had 2 rolls so far. Okay? Regardless of what rolls next, as long as it's one of the inside numbers, one of these 4 numbers, regardless of what rolls, they're going to press these numbers up to 60 each. Okay, so let's say a 5 rolls. Well, the 5 pays $70. Now, in order to press these up, they need $24. So what they're going to do is get paid this way. And that's going to turn both of these into 60 apiece, and they're going to collect some. So that would be their third, that would be 3 rolls in. If a 4 or a 10 were to roll, they would once again throw in $1, and this time they would press it up to $50 each. Now, if you look at this, they have doubled all of their bets. They have gone from 270, or from 160 up to 320, including, right? Because, you know, if there were a point. But since they're always working, it's independent of whether or not this puck is marked. Since these bets are always working, it does not matter whether or not there's a point. Every roll is going to affect these bets. 4 hits. 4 hits, and they doubled all of their bets. I got to admit, I kind of like this strategy. I really do. As we all know, I like to push things a lot faster, push the pace a lot quicker and a lot harder. But this is not this is really not a bad strategy at all. It's got a lot of potential to it, and you can modify it based on how things roll. You know, if initially the 4 and 10 were to roll, and they press the 5 and 9, which I like. Now, if either the 5 or the 9 rolls, you could on your second bet immediately, since you're getting paid $70, you could use 60 of it and immediately take these 2 numbers from 30 up to 60. And then after 2 rolls, you're already here. Then all you're waiting on is something to roll to press one of these up. It wouldn't even matter what rolls. So theoretically, you can double your entire place bets in 3 rolls. Yeah, and I like this. I like this strategy quite a bit. It's a good one because it's pressing up your bets, and it's also not a difficult strategy. It's not going to slow the game down. We see a lot of that with slowing the game down. Some popular strategies that I've seen lately start doing things like every time a number hits, they press 27 across or 26 across, depending on what the point is. That slows the game down. It's also mind-numbingly annoying to deal, and it makes every other player just sit there staring while we're setting up this across pressure. And it gets even worse once we get into green, because I see these players that'll be at 130, 135 across, and they'll press up 26, 27 across, and that forces the dealer to that. When it's at 130, 135, it's really easy, but once it's up beyond that, one or two of their presses, it's forcing the dealer to sit there, pick up chips, put chips down, place them back down, because we're dealing with multiple colors with these 2 numbers, and it really, really, really slows the game down. Also, then it makes these payouts, actually all the payouts, start becoming 3 and 4 color payouts, and what that does is it also slows the game down to a drag, and it's going to make every player just sit there staring. Which is why oftentimes once people hit the green, when they're at 130, 135 across, or 160 across like this player starts out, including the point, they start treating the green as a unit. Instead of pressing one unit, which would be, say, take your 9 from 25 to 30, people tend to take their 9 from 25 to 50, and then from 50 to 75. They start looking at the units of green as one unit. This bet, aside from the initial press over here from 30 to 48, it's honestly not a bad press at all. This strategy, it presses the numbers at an easy, swift way of pressing them to good numbers that pay out well, common bets that pay out quickly, and things that the dealers see fairly often, so that it's not going to slow the game down. With a lot of the oddball presses, it's not that they are difficult. They're not going to throw the dealers off, or the dealer sucks if they can't do this basic press. What it is if it's not a press that we see 100 times a day, if it's instead a press that we see once a month, it's not within our muscle memory. We don't instantly just start setting it up because we've seen it so much. No, we have to stop and think, okay, it's got this much, we need to have this much, so it's paying this much, this is going to be the change, and then we have to hand it off. We have to do all those calculations that we already have in our heads with some of the other more common presses. So this one is really easy. The only tricky one is the 30 going to 48 each. 30 on the 6, 30 on the 8 going to 48 each. That's not something we see very often. But when it's getting paid $35 and the player throws in $1, instead of saying go to 48 each on the 6 and 8, there's nothing wrong with saying that. But instead of saying that, if you tell the dealer, press me 18 each on the 6 and 8, it's going to click in their head a lot faster because they're going to see the $36 in front of them and go 18 each. Yep, boom, done. Otherwise, you say, take my 6 and 8 to 48. The dealer, because they don't see this very often, is going to stop. They're going to look. They're going to, okay, we're at 30. That means we got to go to 48, which means we got to go 18 more each, which means we need 36. Okay, yeah, you got everything. The math checks out. It's still doable. It's still easy, but the verbiage will make it a lot easier for the dealers. But outside of that initial press, everything else is really easy, really fast, and I like how fast this goes up into a decent bet. So overall, this is a pretty enjoyable strategy. The player says they try and double all their bets within 6 hits. I can see maximum speed. I can see where these will double up within 3 hits, sometimes 4 hits. Definitely by the 6th hit, you've double up, and you've probably collected once or twice. Because from this point right here, do what you wish. Do you want to collect? Do you want to continue pressing? Do you want to go to a power press? What do you want to do? If it were me personally, I would probably do some little minor, smaller presses. Instead of power pressing, since this isn't a power press type of strategy, but more of a double up and then start making money, I would probably, the next time the 5 hit, I would probably take it up to 75. And the next time the 8 or a 6 or an 8 hit, I would probably take it up to 90. If a 4 or 10 were to hit, I'd probably take those up to 100. They're not super likely to hit, so maybe you could take them up to 75. I see that one all the time. 75 will pay you 146, so it's still not a bad payout at all. There's certainly nothing wrong with pulling almost 150 bucks. Depending on where I'm at in my bankroll, I'd either take them to 100 or take them to 75. But all of these, I would probably start pressing them a little bit. Yes, if the 5 hit, I could throw in $5 and take it straight up to 125. Absolutely, I could do that. But at this point, I've already thrown in a couple of dollars, and I have collected a small amount. And this strategy is more designed to start taking a little bit of money. So I probably wouldn't just keep throwing my money in to get these up and hope we hit that super long roll, which is what most strategies are designed to catch. I might start collecting a little bit. This seems more of a fun strategy. You still need a decent bankroll. 160 across is going to eat into your bankroll relatively quickly. But if you've got a couple grand to start with, you could probably play this strategy for hours without a problem. And if you could play for hours, you have a decent chance of catching a 12 to 15 minute roll. And a 12 to 15 minute roll is going to make some money on a strategy like this. You know, go from 60 to 90, from 90 to 120, or from 90 to 150. Depends how confident you are. Maybe you're already up on your bankroll, so you say, you know what, I'm going to leave soon. I'm just going to go for it. So I would go from 60 to 90, and then 90 to 150. Over here, I would go from 50 to 75, and then from 75, most likely to 125, possibly 150, but most likely to 125. From here, I would probably go from 50 to 100. Could go from 50 to 75. There's nothing wrong with that. But either way, from 100 or from 75, I would then go up to 150, and then from there 300, then 600. Then I would just start doubling my bets because you're still pulling back a very decent amount of money. So yeah, this is a fun strategy. I like this strategy. I like this strategy a lot. This would be a fantastic strategy if you have a $1,500 to $2,000 bankroll and you don't necessarily want to go for it, but you want to be able to make a decent profit should you happen to catch that hot roll. This obviously will not make the same amount of profit as, say, the power press method. Might with the mid press method that I like to do. It'll come pretty close. So this is definitely one of the more aggressive strategies that I've seen. Makes a lot of sense. Fairly easy for the dealers to do. It won't slow the game down. Keeps the pace of the game going. This is an excellent strategy. Very, very good strategy. Definitely like it. I would definitely play this strategy for sure. So I Hope everybody enjoys this strategy. Hope everybody enjoys this video. Obviously, this takes a little bit more money to play, so it's not going to be for everybody. And please hit the like and subscribe buttons, everybody, and we will catch you next time. Thanks. Okay, everybody, and as promised, all the usual blah blah that I try and do at the beginning of the video, we're going to go ahead and put near the end of the video. And here we go. So thank you, everybody, for your usual patronage. All of you that are patrons of ours, we very, very much appreciate it. Thank you, everybody who's been buying us a cup of coffee. Love to say that it's going to coffee right now, but this month with the entire family out for COVID, it's honestly going to Bill's and probably the kid's birthday in a week. But we definitely appreciate it. We're going to continue working on these live streams. I know you guys have seen some of them popping up. Just got to figure out the look of it, and some of the audio is still giving me issues, but hopefully we'll be getting those live streams and the craps tournaments going as soon as possible. Really just going to depend on scheduling. My schedule changed, Amy's schedule changed, kids' school schedule is fun. So once we figure out exactly how all those schedules are going to work, we'll let everybody know. And otherwise, please continue emailing us with anything you would like to see videoed. And again, thank you everybody for tuning in. We appreciate every single one of you guys. We'll catch you next time. Hello everybody and welcome to Sin City Living. My name is Jason. I'll be bringing you today's episode. As always, we want to thank all of our fans, our sponsors, our patrons. We appreciate all of your guys' support. Everyone that's bought us a cup of coffee, been greatly, greatly, greatly appreciated. We've had a rough couple of weeks here in the family, been out of work for a week and a half, coming up on 2 weeks thanks to our old friend COVID running through us. I don't want to take up a whole lot of time with the usual spiel, so all of you guys that are interested in what's going on with Sin City Living and what we plan on doing in the future with our live streams and upcoming events, please stick around to the end of the video or skip to the end of the video and watch. I will put most of that stuff in the ending spiel, and I will try and update it every week or two with more news. Otherwise, that being said, we're just going to go ahead and jump straight into today's video.
Hey, what's going on here? I'm Louie from Sin City Living. Today I've got Amy joining me.
Hey, what's up?
So what we're going to do today is go over some basic strategy for blackjack, of course, and have Amy go over it, as I deal to her, of course. So what do you want to buy in for? Let's
Give me 600.
Give you 600. And for you you people wondering why I'm cutting out on the opposite end of the rail, so I can get it in the shot. Okay,
somebody's hands aren't awake either.
Oh.
Burr.
Ooh. Yeah. Well, I can tell him that I don't need to give any singles. I'm not getting any tips over here.
Hell no.
I ain't getting no tips over here.
Here's a tip. Don't eat yellow snow.
That's not a bad tip. Tastes horrible for some reason. You would think it tastes like lemonade, right?
Well, I mean...
Okay, let's get this going real quick. Let's see what we got going on over here. So, you want to break it down as you play it?
Okay, so contrary to popular belief, for new players, it matters less what you have in your hand versus what the dealer is showing. So in this instance, Louie over here is showing a 5. Mm-hmm. According to basic strategy, you should always assume that there's a 10 under. So you're looking at a solid 15. He's got to hit that, so most likely he's going to bust. So you're going to leave your...
Hit that, bust. I'm sorry. Keep that in the video.
Okay.
And he's going to do it quick.
Anyways.
No other way to do it.
Anyways, so you're going to leave your 15 alone. Mm-hmm. Always good advice, leave 15 alone.
So you stay. 15? Too many.
My money.
They're your money. Okay. Not a bad start. Oh, look at that little pressure going, huh? Little mini press. I like it. Okay.
Okay.
Would you like some
in my
insurance?
Experience, insurance is just a terrible bet. So I don't ever advise taking insurance. It's any time the house ever offers you the option to add more money, it's typically not in your favor. So I'm going to waive off this insurance here.
Let's close this bad boy up and do it old school. And nobody's on.
Way too high.
Yeah, I came around the time of peakers.
So, another thing, you're always going to play your ace like a 10. So once you've gotten it out of the way that there is no blackjack, you're going to play it the same way you would play face card. So my 13 isn't going to beat his theoretical 20. So I'm going to take a hit. 16. There's a lot of players who will play it safe. In my opinion, 16 is a dead hand either way. If you stay, if he's got 17, you're going to lose. 16, I mean, your only hope is that he's going to bust. So I always hit 16.
I like it. Too many.
It's the risk to take.
Yeah. All right.
$18, always stay.
That one I know. Push on that one.
I like gratitude.
Oh, come on.
I'm not like,
Oh!
all right.
All right, let's flip this bad boy over.
Got to pay me. You're too young for that reference.
You got to pay. Where's that from? I might know it.
Play.
I don't know it.
Too young for that.
I don't know it.
Way too young for that.
You're probably right. You're definitely right.
17's typically going to be your stop sign. Anytime you've got a hard 17, you're just going to let it go. It's what they lovingly refer to as the, mother-in-law hand. You'd love to hit it, but you can't.
I thought that, I always heard that was the 16, but it's 17, okay.
Mother-in-law.
So then these players don't know diddly squat.
Well, I mean, duh. Wouldn't be here if they did.
Right, exactly. I like it.
Let's do it.
Do it.
Oh, we're starting strong.
Oh, definitely strong. But what do I have? And I got crapola on this side.
Okay, so typically,
at this.
anytime you've got...
Look at this! Wait. One more time. Oh my God.
Just let it go.
I have to now.
Okay, typically anytime you've got a 10 or an 11 and they're showing 3 to 6, you're going to double down. Just because the likelihood of them busting is pretty significant. So you want to get all the money you can out on the table. So that's encouraging double down splits, and Louis needs to flip his card before he takes another one.
This is for you.
Oh. My bad.
Mm-hmm. But I probably should have waited till you gave me the signal. Too late now. I got too many. Oh, that's a solid. It's a solid W right there. And for those of you screaming at my sweep, I have a terrible sweep, but it's a terrible sweep, but the layout is horrible too. So you got a terrible dealer.
On a budget, guys.
Terrible dealer with a terrible layout.
Oh hush, you are not a terrible dealer.
I'm mediocre.
It's because you don't deal blackjack that often.
That's very true. I haven't dealt this game in over a year.
So 6 is in theory the best card possible for a player to see the dealer show. Because you're assuming they got that sweet 16, they're going to hit it, they're going to bust. So anytime you've got 11 or less than 11, you're going to hit. 12 and above, you're going to stay.
Ocho. 12. 16.
Ocho, 12.
Ooh, one too many.
21 plus tax.
Yep. You know what? Let's give you a quarter. Boop. Oh, a little mini progression. I like it. See, I would have been at 60, 70, 80, and I would have probably got my butt kicked already.
I'm going to stand.
No?
So just roll it.
Soft 17. 19. Give me my money. Well, it's not my money,
It
but
don't always be like that, but sometimes it do.
it do. So tell me about your betting strategy a little bit. Not just the basic strategy that you're going over. The way you're progressing your bets. Just feel like going up, going down.
Typically on a win, I'm going to go up between 1 to 2 units depending on how well it's been going.
Okay.
And once I get over a certain threshold, once I hit that 25 mark, that's going to be my base from going on forward.
Gotcha. So what you're telling me is you're not going to sit there and flee it up with a $5 game for
Now I am.
10 hours a day?
Now I am. Only on your table.
Oh.
And I would be stacking that 250 on top.
250. Oh my God.
You best not try and convert it either.
Oh my God.
It's just going to be, no joke, one time I had this lady kept her 250 every time.
Yeah.
And she had a little mountain.
Oh my God.
White chips and 50-cent pieces on top.
Oh
And
my
I so
God.
wanted to just accidentally bump the table and just have good.
I had a guy one day.
I tried to convert him and
I had a guy one day. I tapped in on the game, and I guess the dealer before kicked his butt. But he had to have hit a bunch of blackjacks because this guy had about $10 in 50-cent pieces.
just in 50-cent pieces.
And he had like a few fives left. He probably just lost it all. He probably got, said, it's not enough. I need more. Gave it all back. Well, anyway, as I tap in on the game, and he wants to color up, but he's such an asshole about it. He throws 50-cent pieces all over the layout.
Did we still have metal dollars when you started working? Because those, trying to run down a stack of slippy, slidey metal dollars.
I don't know. That I'm not too sure of. I see 50-cent pieces and quarters from, baccarat and stuff like that.
If you ever worked with them, you'd know.
No.
No.
Dollar pieces.
The metal dollars. And they're slippy. Okay, so in this instance, you're going to assume 18 for the dealer. 15 does not beat 18. So, get it?
Hit. Ooh, 21.
20, 20, 20.
I know that one. All right. Stack it up.
Do it. Do it now.
Do it, I'm right here. 16.
Okay, same boat. 16's not going to beat 18.
That ain't,
neither is 26.
That ain't either.
That ain't the one. But I was screwed either way.
Yep.
So,
I'm gonna have to agree with you on that one.
These cards are kind of rude.
Yeah, they're not cooperating with me either. Look at this! There we go. Stay. 18. One's all you need.
It isn't though.
For now it is. Sometimes it's all you need.
I'll hit that raised bet at some point.
Ooh, how about, you like apples? Because how about them apples? 35, 52.
52.
50, but we don't got the 50-cent pieces unless you want a lammer. You want a lammer?
Sure.
Would you like a lammer to go with that?
Go buy yourself something pretty.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Hold on. Just because I promised I would.
Oh, you are scum. Oh my God, you're terrible.
Am I?
Just for that, yeah. But you did promise.
I did.
Yeah.
So, showing 18. I've got a 12. I'm going to hit it. And
Too many.
Be the dick. Gotta love that karma.
Agreed. I'm the rudest. The rudest tootest.
Floor.
Yeah.
Alright, so 12s and 13s typically are a little bit of a gray area for most players, but if you play basic strategy, or showing a 3, and occasionally you might hit a 12, but never a 13. So,
Oh,
Getting warmer.
too many.
Yeah.
For those of you that can see the shoe, this is how you cover a shoe. Not this. Okay? Just had to get that in there. I'm sorry. Oh, pair square. I told you I didn't come. I came around the time of peakers. I didn't come with the time where you had to check. Okay.
No.
See?
Never split tens. Ever. Not even
push.
once.
I've done it before.
I will come for you.
I've done it before.
Get off the goddamn.
Yeah, I know, right?
What is wrong with you?
What do they say? Aces and eights. Yeah. Stick. I don't even have to check then.
Trying to hit a 17. I saw you. I seen it.
I seen it with my own eyes.
Can't do shit these days.
Oh.
Ridiculous.
Well,
Okay.
what you gonna do?
10.
What you gonna do?
10, you're going to double down against anything less than a 9.
Oh.
Some people double 10 against a 10. I think that's a terrible bet because you're playing to assume that the dealer's showing 20 when they've got a 10 up. So unless you catch an ace, most of the time you're going to be doubling down to push.
Okay.
So hand signals, guys, very important.
Yep. 13. I got too many. Oop.
That is.
Oh, stack it up. Stack it up. Stack it up. Stack it up. Cool, I don't have to check it and embarrass myself then. Oh, strong. I like it. Come on.
I don't like it. Okay.
There we go again.
So if the dealer were to be showing a 4, 5, or a 6, in this instance, you're going to double down. For the same reason why you would double down.
You gonna double down that much?
Huh?
You gonna double down that much?
Yep.
You're crazy. I like it.
For the same. Oh, I totally played that wrong. Oh well.
Oh, one off.
Totally played that wrong. That was me.
Give me my money. I wouldn't say that, of course.
Not out loud.
No, no. Yeah.
And if you did, it would be once.
Yeah. It'd be once and never again. You'd probably be at a different place too. Nice.
What was
Nice.
your last hand, bro?
I know.
I know.
I know, huh?
I know, huh?
Oh, you know what you got to do. Even I know this one.
Aces and eights, always a split. Doesn't matter what the dealer's showing. Hand signals, guys. Very important. And most places will only allow you to get one card per. It'll be face up. You can resplit some places.
You can resplit aces? Really?
Some places.
Okay.
There are certain companies here in town that will allow you to resplit.
Okay.
You only get one card per ace unless it's another ace. So we're going to just play regs. That sucks.
Definitely. 13.
That does not
It does not suck anymore.
You're trying to change me.
No, I just got to break it down. Break it down. You stack it all up? Oh,
Fine.
that's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm ooh. Even better.
Nah.
16.
And 18.
Yeah.
No.
Solid.
Not enough.
Nice little hunch. Double or nothing.
2 minutes left.
Double or nothing. Last hand. All right.
Hold, please.
Moment of truth. Ooh. Oh.
No.
Oh. Oh. Basic strategy.
You gotta check.
Nobody home.
Okay, so we know I got 200. We know, but always gotta verify for the eye in the sky.
Yep.
No!
Oh! Gone.
Rough. Totally rough.
Definitely rough.
Totally rough. Rude. Alright, one more.
One more hand. All or nothing. All or nothing.
All in, guys.
All right. Basic strategy. Here we go.
Oh, God. It's a strong 6.
All right, here comes a 5.
Nah.
Insurance. I'm just gonna check.
Yeah, just
Let's see. And you go. Bye. Bye, Felicia.
Oh! Hell no. Or you like in Tombstone? What? That?
Bye.
That's where I thought you were going with it.
No, I was being more rude.
Alright, so that concludes the ass-kicking basic strategy course, but I mean, there's no guarantee win in any casino game. But that's all we got for now, so make sure you like and subscribe before you leave. Leave a comment down below, and we'll see you next time.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, everybody, and as promised, all the usual blah blah that I try and do at the beginning of the video, we're going to go ahead and put near the end of the video. And here we go. So thank you, everybody, for your usual patronage. All of you that are patrons of ours, we very, very much appreciate it. Thank you, everybody who's been buying us a cup of coffee. Love to say it's going to coffee right now, but this month with the entire family out for COVID, it's honestly going to Bill's and probably the kid's birthday in a week. But we definitely appreciate it. We're going to continue working on these live streams. I know you guys have seen some of them popping up. Just got to figure out the look of it, and some of the audio is still giving me issues. But hopefully we'll be getting those live streams and the craps tournaments going as soon as possible. Really just going to depend on scheduling. My schedule changed, Amy's schedule changed, kids' school schedule is fun. So once we figure out exactly how all those schedules are going to work, we'll let everybody know. And otherwise, please continue emailing us with anything you would like to see videoed. And again, thank you everybody for tuning in. We appreciate every single one of you guys. We'll catch you next time. Bye now. Welcome everybody to Sin City Living. My name is Jason and I'll be bringing you today's episode. As always, please hit those like and subscribe buttons. We have a ton of content for you guys coming out every single week, every single day generally. Occasionally miss a day like I did during the rodeo that is still ongoing right now. And I hope all of our patrons out there are appreciating the patron-only exclusive videos we're putting out with the dice class, putting one out every couple of weeks. And if you're curious about that, go ahead and check the description down below. Once I get this whole live stream thing figured out, I'm probably going to do a live stream on the Patreon site as well. One on the regular site, one on the Patreon site. I do have the new computer for it. Theoretically, I have everything ready. I'm just so busy currently with this rodeo. And one of our fans asked a question a little while back about ways to tip us, to show appreciation to us without having to sign up as one of our patrons. And at the time, we did not have any way of doing it, but I have managed now to get us signed up with a site called Buy Me a Coffee. As I'm sure some of you guys have noticed from some of our videos, Louie and I are both pretty heavy coffee drinkers. So if you're curious about that as well, go ahead and check down below in the description as well. We would definitely appreciate any cups of coffee you're willing to pick up for us. And don't forget to email us with any strategies, questions, suggestions, anything at all. We love shooting those videos for you guys. I actually haven't gotten a new email in about 2 weeks. And also, don't forget, anybody that may be interested in one of the small Sin City Living neons that we have, just email us that as well, sincityliving.lv@gmail.com. Otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and get into today's episode. So for today's strategy, it's another one that's going to require a medium-sized bankroll. You're going to need a decent amount of money to do this one. And like a lot of the strategies, it is a regression strategy. And I want to talk real briefly about the regression strategies. The thing about regression strategies is that this person's idea is that generally they want to get to slightly above the 50% or slightly below the 50% probability. When you have a 1 in 6 chance of a 7 rolling, they try and get to the 4th roll. They want to get to the 4th roll so that they can see more rolls after that, and bring their bets down. The problem with that is that, again, you have a 1 in 6 chance, the first roll, the second roll, and the third roll of rolling a 7 out and losing your entire initial bet. Plus, if you happen to catch that 15, 30, 45, and 60 roll hands, you were way behind everybody else. So people that are winning 15 to 20,000 while you're winning 1,500 to 2,000. So it all depends on your style of play. Generally, to me, if you've got a larger bankroll, I think it's probably better to start out with a smaller bet and go for a power press method, but I also like to really go for it. If you're a more conservative player, start out with a smaller bankroll, start out with a smaller bet and do a mid-press method. But if you like the regression strategies, if you're really bought into the idea that these work, by all means, go for it. All strategies can win, just like all strategies can lose. So the way this one works, you're going to have a $25 4 and 10. Now, it does not matter what the point is. We're going to set the point as 9. We're going to have a $25 4 and 10, which means they are buys. Both of these are buys. That means they pay like odds. They pay double the bet minus a 5% vig, a 5% commission. On the 5 and 9, we're going to go 35 apiece. 6 and 8, we're going to go 42. And this is your initial buy-in. So right here, we're looking at 84 plus 70, so we're at 154 plus 50. So we're at 204. You're at $204 buy-in. $204 for your place bets going across. 204 across. Obviously, you can't just throw in $204 and say, give me 204 across. The dealer is going to look at you like you've lost your ever-loving mind. So make sure that you are clear with your bets. I don't recommend stringing your bets. Don't throw, here's 25 for the 10, here's 25 for the 4, here's 35 for the 9. You know, put your bets down, put your money down, and then tell them what you are looking for. Don't string them along. Let them just bend over the table once to collect your money instead of your bets. So how does this work? We already know that this is a regression strategy. We already know that these bets are going to come down at some point, likely the 4th hit, which is where most regression strategies like to pull down. So how's it going to work in the initial roll? Well, what you'll notice is that every single one of these bets pays $49. Each one of them. Does not matter what hits, it pays $49. 25 pays $49 once you take off the vig. 35 pays $49. 42 pays $49. Pretty basic. It's pretty consistent. The payout is $49 no matter what. So what are you going to do? Well, regardless of what hits, you are going to collect a buck. Doesn't matter what number hits. I'm not even going to pick a number. You're going to get paid $49. Does not matter what hits. So you're going to collect $1. What are you doing with the other 48, you might ask? Well, that's pretty easy. The other 48, you are pressing the 6 and 8, $24 each. You are now at a $66 6 and 8. What does this pay? $77, if you're wondering. Now, once again, it does not matter what happens. Your next press is going to be on the 5 and 9. If you happen to roll one of the outside numbers, you're going to use this dollar of profit that you have. It's your next bet, your next hit, you press the 5 and 9 to $60 each. If it were one of the outside numbers that pays $49, you would have to throw in the dollar profit that you have from your first hit. So either way, no matter what happens, you are still only out your initial $204 buy-in. If it happened to be a 6 and 8 that hit, those pay $66 each. So you would actually, they pay $77 each. It's a $66 bet. You would actually collect $27 instead of having to throw in your dollar profit. So you would be up $28. But it does not matter what hits. Your second hit, you press up the 5 and 9 to $60 a piece. So your third hit, what are you going to do? It depends. It depends what rolls, but only in the aspect of how far do you push your press. You're going to press, no matter what, you're going to press. And one thing you are absolutely going to press is you're going to press your 5 and 9 up to 54. Or I'm sorry, not up to 54. You're going to press your 5 and 9 up to 75. I'm thinking 54 because I'm thinking what would happen if a 10 rolls. If you have the money, you're going to press these up to 75, and you're going to press these up another $24. You're going to press these up to 90. If you can, you go 75, 75, 90, 90. The only way you can pull that off if it's one of these numbers inside. Because if this one rolls, you're going to get paid $77, right? You're going to press to 75. To 75. Now you don't have enough to go 90 and 90, so you just call it a day, move on. If the 5 or 9 rolls, you're going to get paid 84. So once again, now we just so happen as to have enough to collect $6 and bring these bets up to $90 a piece. If the 4 and 10 were to roll, we would just push the 5 and 9 up, and we would leave these set at $66 each. Okay, so that's where your it depends what rolls time period hits. If it's a 4, 6, 8, or 10, if it's an even number that rolls, you're only going to press your 5 and 9 up to 75. If it's a 5 or 9 that rolls, you're going to press your 5, 6, 8, and 9. You're going to press all your inside numbers. But for the fourth roll, it does not matter what you're at here. If you were only at $66 here, you're going to collect and regress. If you're at 90, you're going to collect and regress. It does not matter. Come the fourth roll, you collect and regress, period, regardless of what happens. Okay, so let's pretend that these are still just 66, okay? Why? Because it's going to make it a little bit easier to show what you're going to do next. So, let's say something small. Let's just say the 10 rolls. Okay, so the 10 rolls, you're going to get paid $49. You get paid $49. Now, what do? You regress. What do you regress to? So this is the absolute lowest case scenario of where your bets could be and what rolls to get the lowest payout before your regression hits. This is the absolute worst that can happen. So you're going to regress down to 66 inside. Now, what do you have? Now, remember, you started out with 204 across, right? What are you sitting on? You're sitting on $315. Started with 204 across, so you're up $211, and you have your 66 inside that you can now play with. At this point, you're going to do whatever you choose to do. Now, remember, this is the worst case scenario on what could have happened as far as your money goes. You were only able to press the 6 and 8 up to 66, and a 4 or 10 rolled for your fourth hit. It's theoretically possible that you would manage to press up your 6 and 8 up to 90, and that one of the inside numbers rolled that paid 105 before you regress down, in which case you're going to have more money after your regression. But worst case scenario, you're sitting through 15. So you're sitting up $111 plus the 66. Technically, you're up $77 or $177. But now you've got your 66 inside that you can do whatever you choose to do. Whatever your method may be. If you were a mid-press player, if you were a power press player, if you're just a same bet player, that's perfectly fine. It's up to you what you were comfortable with doing, what you want to do, and what you enjoy doing. Remember, have fun with this game. This is a fun game. This is one of the most social games there is. I've, of course, been in a lot of conversations with people at a blackjack table or a pie gow table, but in general, if I'm sitting at a card table, I generally sit fairly quietly. About the only person I talk to is my wife and occasionally the dealer, but mostly I talk to the dealer with hand signs. Whereas in dice, you generally end up talking to everybody on the table because everybody's cheering, everybody's yelling, everyone's rooting for whatever, and especially if you have strategies. When you have strategies, people are curious about your strategies. So once you regress down to 66 inside, do whatever you choose. If you're a mid-press player, if you're one of those players that's going to expand it out to the 4 and 10 and then play a field, a C&E, or a horn bet, whatever you want to do. This is the core of the strategy. Like every other regression strategy, it's 4 hits, not every other, but most of the regression strategies, it's 4 hits and then regress it down. And I already know I'm not a huge fan of these strategies, but they're not horrible strategies in any way, shape, or form. They're not fantastic strategies either. They're not the greatest strategies on the planet, but they're decent. They're decent. They're fun. You can have some fun with this. So if this is your preferred style of play, then maybe this has helped you to modify your personal strategy, or maybe this gives you some food for thought for creating your personal strategy. But whatever it may be, I hope you guys enjoyed this. We will catch you guys next time. As always, please hit the like and subscribe buttons, and thanks for watching. So, as I promised, I wanted to go over very briefly our upcoming attempts at a third test live stream. So what's happened so far? The first test live stream just flat didn't work. The problem that I had was was an equipment problem. I had an equipment problem in that the equipment that I was using to translate the camera into streamable video to the computer required a better USB port than the computer I was using at the time. So that one just flat failed because it would not translate into the computer. The computer would not pick it up, would not read it, so I wasn't able to live stream it. So then, as I was looking through, because I'm a little bit of a tech head, as I was looking through all of my other stuff, because I do have 4 laptops here and 3 computers, I did find one that actually did have the newer style USB port. Unfortunately, it was actually my oldest laptop, but I figured, what the heck, let me give it a shot. What's the worst that can happen? And this time around, when I fired everything up, the video was actually translating onto the computer, so things were looking better. But then when I attempted to live stream, the computer was not powerful enough to be able to translate it and then upload it sufficiently. So it basically just uploaded a blank screen for the live stream. So what I am going to have to do is, and I'm already looking into all of my options, I'm going to upgrade my computer so I can add, what, a 7th, 8th computer to my household. And I'm going to go much, much higher, and I'm going to get a computer that is far more than I need for this, far, far, far more powerful than I need for this. That way, any future upgrades that I may do, the computer will be able to handle it. So unfortunately, this computer is going to cost me about 25% more, about 25% of what I've already laid out in all the equipment for this channel. So it wasn't something that I could just instantly buy. I'm probably looking at Black Friday or Cyber Monday. So hopefully I have it within the next couple of weeks, and then I'll do another test live stream and see if I can go from there. So I will definitely do at least one weekly live stream on our Patreon because they're the ones that are really helping us get this computer and the other equipment that I'm going to get, because I figure if I'm buying the computer, I might as well buy the most high-end capture cards and things along those lines, get everything as good as possible, and then hopefully eventually get a better microphone for you guys. So yeah, that's where we stand on the live stream. As soon as I have the computer and I do the test, which will be in a few weeks, like I said, I've got to order it in a week or two, then I have to wait for it to ship. Plus we have probably the biggest event of the year coming up, the NFR National Finals Rodeo. So I'm basically working 2 weeks straight, as is my wife. So not going to have a whole lot of time. But once we get all that under control, then we'll figure out. There's been some schedule changes to myself, some schedule changes to my wife, and some upcoming schedule changes to my wife as well. So hopefully we can get all the scheduling figured out so I know when I'll be able to live stream as well. My initial plan of Thursdays at 6 o'clock is already out the window. I'm at work at that point now. So we will get it all figured out, and we will let you guys know, I promise. And otherwise, I hope you guys have found this interesting, enlightening, illuminating, or at least just plain fun. And we will catch you guys next time. Bye now. Hello everybody and welcome to Sin City Living. My name is Jason. I'll be bringing you today's episode. As always, we want to thank all of our fans, our sponsors, our patrons. We appreciate all of your guys' support. Everyone that's bought us a cup of coffee, been greatly appreciated. We've had a rough couple of weeks here in the family, been out of work for a week and a half, coming up on 2 weeks, thanks to our old friend COVID running through us. I don't want to take up a whole lot of time with the usual spiel, so all of you guys that are interested in what's going on with Sin City Living and what we plan on doing in the future with our live streams and upcoming events, please stick around to the end of the video or skip to the end of the video and watch. I will put most of that stuff in the ending spiel, and I will try and update it every week or two with more news. Otherwise, that being said, we're just going to go ahead and jump straight into today's video. So today's video is going to be a little bit different. I'm not going to go over a strategy. I'm not going to go over a method of playing. What I want to do is I want to share something with you guys that happened to me on one of my tables the other day. And I'm probably not going to be 100% with exactly what these rolls were. I remember most of them, but I might get them slightly out of order or something along those lines. Because I'm, again, doing this off of memory, and at the time I was really busy, so trying to memorize everything that happened is difficult. But this is the gist of it, and it's probably going to be about 80% accurate to this miracle roll that we witnessed. It was absolutely incredible. So we have a player that bets a $10 horn high 11. Tends to bet it a lot. This guy, he buys in for a decent amount of money. He's got a nice sized bankroll, maybe $1,000 or so. So he can, and he's catching some decent rolls. He may have actually started with a smaller bankroll, maybe 500, but he's catching some decent rolls. So he's floating right around the even to up $100, $200. So he's just having fun. He was a really fun guy. Wasn't super uptight, was just having a good time. You could tell he was playing craps just to have fun. He was really enjoying it. So he bets a $10 horn high 11, which is a horn bet with a couple extra bucks on the 11. So just like any other horn bet, it has a 1 in 6 chance of rolling. And it either wins or it loses the next roll of the dice, but that 1 in 6, that's key. Because here's what happens, or what happened to him. So $10 horn high 11. The first roll that happened was an ace deuce. So an ace deuce rolled a 3. Okay, so this right here would have paid him $22 if we'd have kept up his bet. If he took it down, he had $32 to use, and that was key because he decided he wanted to parlay it. So we weren't going to parlay it into a $32 horn high 11. I happen to know a key for that. I could pay it, but we generally will keep horn high bets as proper. So we gave him $2 change. He had a $30 horn high yo. So once again, he has a 1 in 6 chance of this hitting. So the next thing that rolls, 12. A 12 rolls. So we're all pretty blown away by this. And he decides that he wants to parlay it again. We're thinking, man, this guy's really going for it. But we're also kind of, we're rooting for him. We're laughing. Because when it rolls, we're looking at him with parlay. We said it jokingly. And he goes, oh, yeah, parlay it again. Okay. So he parlayed it into a $150 horn. He collected a little bit of $36, I think it was. And parlays this up. And we're thinking, hey, this is pretty cool. We've seen stuff like this a couple times where I've actually had the second parlay hit, but it's pretty rare. So what happens next? A 2 rolls. And now we've got 2 suits watching the game because they're pretty blown away. But they're like, holy cow. The other players are going, oh my God, wow. And especially as we pay him. He collects like $140 or something because this guy decides he wants to parlay it again. Now, he wanted to go something pretty, he wanted to parlay the whole thing, that's what it was. He wanted to parlay the whole thing. But he was bumping up into table limits, so he decided just to drop himself down to a $400 horn. And we did inform him that he could have done a $200 ace deuce yo if he wanted to, but he chose not to do that, and instead he collected $140. And I said, okay, you now have a horn instead of a horn high yo. And he's like, okay, no big deal. Because it's already hit 3 times now. So 1 in 6 to the third power. So 36 times 6, 180. What is that? 1 in 216? 1 in 216 odds of it hitting up to this point. So now, of course, gambler's fallacy, the odds are not worse for it to hit again. It's still 1 in 6. So what does happen? An 11. An 11 rolls. And we had told him that he could have his $200 horn high yo, and he chose not to. So now he decides to go ahead and do not horn high yo, the ace deuce yo. So now he decides to go ahead and do the $200 ace deuce yo and collect the other $1,200 from this, because this paid. Collect the other $1,000 because it paid $1,200. And we're thinking, well, that's 4 horn numbers in a row. Like this is pretty crazy. The guy's already collected $1,000. This is insane. This is awesome. And to make this even more confusing, at this point, everybody on the table is now doing various horn bets, and he has the dealers with a $25 horn high yo. So, it's hit 4 times. What happens on the next roll? Same freaking thing. He rolls an 11. So the dealers collect. We get paid pretty nice for that. Everybody else is getting paid. And this is getting, like I said, it's getting crazy. We're having a lot of fun keeping track of all this, let me tell you. And when it gets down to him, well, he can't press anything else. He's already at all his table maxes with us. So he just ends up collecting. And what does he collect? $2,600. So this guy's not even the one shooting the dice. So he's putting the shooter up. So he presses the shooter. Other people are pressing their horn bets. He puts the dealers back up for 50 this time. We got more people pressing, more people adding into the bets, and it's just getting crazy. So at that point, he has had, 5? He's had 5 horn numbers in a roll. So that's 1 in 6 to the 5th power as far as the odds of that happening. Now, once again, we get down to the next roll, so still just a 1 in 6 chance of anything rolling. And damned if he does not roll an ace deuce. Or not him, the shooter doesn't roll an ace deuce. Absolutely crazy. So once again, the dealers come down. Everybody else gets paid. People do various little presses. I'm not going to keep doing presses on those weird things. And he once again gets paid $2,600. off of a $10 horn high 11 that he initially bet. So we're thinking, man, this can't go on for much longer. The dice go, and a 12 rolls. Now this actually paid him less. It only paid him $2,500. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot that he had the dealers up again. We were at 75, and he was keeping us at a horn high 11. So dealers got paid. He got paid $2,500. It was an absolutely incredible roll. It was the closest thing that we're going to come to a miracle roll. It was just insane. It was a lot of fun. Everybody was getting involved in the game. Everyone was cheering, having a great time. The bets were getting crazy. It was honestly taking us probably 2 to 3 minutes every roll to get everybody paid, because these weren't standard bets. We weren't getting $5 horn bets, $20 horn bets. We were getting $55 horn bets, $65 horn high ace deuces, and it was getting crazy. And we had to go nice and slow and make sure that everybody was getting paid properly, and that we were getting all the presses done properly, because people were also pressing on their bets. So it was a great time. It was a miracle roll, and it was just a lot of fun. It was absolutely insane. It was great to be a part of, fun to watch. Just a fun hand. So I thought I would share that with you guys. It was a come out roll that took us forever to get to the point. So I hope you guys enjoyed this story of a roll that I witnessed the other day, and we look forward to sharing our next video with you. As always, please hit the like and subscribe buttons. Thank you. Okay, everybody, and as promised, all the usual blah blah that I try and do at the beginning of the video, we're going to go ahead and put near the end of the video. And here we go. So thank you, everybody, for your usual patronage. All of you that are patrons of ours, we very, very much appreciate it. Thank you, everybody who's been buying us a cup of coffee. Love to say it's going to coffee right now, but this month, with the entire family out for COVID, it's honestly going to Bill's and probably the kid's birthday in a week. But we definitely appreciate it. We're going to continue working on these live streams. I know you guys have seen some of them popping up. Just got to figure out the look of it, and some of the audio is still giving me issues. But hopefully we'll be getting those live streams and the craps tournaments going as soon as possible. Really just going to depend on scheduling. My schedule changed, Amy's schedule changed, kids' school schedule is fun. So once we figure out exactly how all those schedules are going to work, we'll let everybody know. And otherwise, please continue emailing us with anything you would like to see videoed. And again, thank you, everybody, for tuning in. We appreciate every single one of you guys. We'll catch you next time. Bye now. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Sin City Living. My name is Jason. I'll be bringing you today's episode. As always, we want to thank all of our fans, our sponsors, our patrons. We appreciate all of your guys' support. Everyone that's bought us a cup of coffee, been greatly, greatly, greatly appreciated. We've had a rough couple of weeks here in the family, been out of work for a week and a half, coming up on 2 weeks, thanks to our old friend COVID running through us. I don't want to take up a whole lot of time with the usual spiel, so all of you guys that are interested in what's going on with Sin City Living and what we plan on doing in the future with our live streams and upcoming events, please stick around to the end of the video or skip to the end of the video and watch. I will put most of that stuff in the ending spiel, and I will try and update it every week or two with more news. Otherwise, that being said, we're just going to go ahead and jump straight into today's video. And for today's episode, I want to do one that was requested by a viewer. And we're going to talk about the power press system, only we're going to talk about it starting out at a much higher starting bet. So for this one, I'm actually going to set it up twice. I'm going to set us up with 640 across, and this would be including the point, so it wouldn't even matter what the point is. Okay? Now, I want to set it up twice and go through this because there's likely going to be a couple ways to do this. Now, to let you guys know, I did not run through this myself before doing the video. I wanted to go over this with you guys at the same time so you can get an idea of how I'm thinking. So, we're going to start with the 4 and 10 and how we would press these up to table max as fast as we possibly could. Now, these are going to be a buy from the get-go. So we're going to see exactly what we would want to do. Now these are probably, both of these methods are probably going to be about the same. So for either one of them, it's going to pay 200 for 5. So the first player is going to throw in the $5 and we're just going to press it all the way up. As you guys know from the power press method, that we are just trying to shoot towards table max as absolute fast as we possibly can. So the same with the other player. The other players are going to throw it in. And we're going to go up to 300. Now from here, where are we going to go to? Well, this is going to pay $600 for 15. So it actually pays $585. So we're going to pay it $600. They're going to throw in 15. We're going to lock that up. And once again, we're going to go all the way up. And same thing for the other player. It's going to get paid $600. We're going to go all the way up. Okay. And if you're wondering why I'm doing two players, the reason for that is with some of these other presses, we're going to get to where we could throw in money to press it up even higher, or we can be a slightly conservative and not throw in money and press it to a slightly lower level. So we're going to do both if it comes up, and we'll see where we're at. Okay. So just to keep track, that's 2 hits so far. So we now have $900 on here. Now, theoretically, one of the players could throw in $100 and build it up to $1,000, but we want to run with what we've got right now. They're already in for $20 a piece, so let's see what happens from here. So now they're going to have to throw in $45 when these hit, but it's going to pay $1,800. So for the first one, comes up, and it's going to pay $1,800 for $45. Throw in $45. It's going to pay $1,800. So what do we have to work with? Well, let's take a look. We've got $2,000. We've got $2,500. $2,700 technically. So this is going to be one part where one player is probably not going to go all the way, while one player is. So this player is going to go up to $2,700. Let's go ahead and swap this one out as well. $2,700. The other player is going to throw in $45. We're going to pay the 18. Now what do they have to work with? The same amount. Only this player is going to collect a couple hundred and just go up to $2,500. Given a choice as a player, I'm more likely to go with this method, not because I don't want to power press, because as you guys know, I want to power press and shoot up as fast as I possibly can. The reason I'm likely to go with this one is because it's going to be faster. It's going to be faster, not in the shooting up to table max. It's going to be faster in how it's dealt. It's going to be quicker. It's going to flow a lot faster. We're going to get rolls quicker. This isn't going to slow the dealers down, while this one is going to slow the dealers down for a second, because once we start getting into amounts like this, the dealers want to be very, very precise. So even though they may know the amount as a gut instinct, I suppose, they're going to stop and calculate it out very, very carefully, and probably out loud with another dealer to make sure they get it absolutely right. So $2,500 is going to be way, way easier than $2,700. So let's find out. Okay, so $2,700. Now we were at 3 hits. So we're coming up on our 4th hit. So $2,700. What is that going to pay? Well, it's going to pay $5,400. For how much? Well, every 500 has a $25 VIG. So there's 5 of those, so that's $125 right there by itself. $125 VIG plus the $10. So we're looking at $135 VIG from the players. So let's assume they throw it in instead of taking it out of the payment. They may take it out of the payment instead. I probably would, be honest. So they'll throw it in. So we have that to work with. So what do we have to work with? Well, we've got 7. We have $8,000 to work with. After 4 hits, we have $8,100 to work with. So what are we likely to do from this point? At this point, it's going to depend on what exactly is the table max. Actually, no. It's really not going to depend on what the table max is. We're going to go up to 8,000. We're going to keep 100. So we go up to 8,000. And the player keeps 100. So the next one is just $125 VIG. So let's say they paid out of this. They get 25 back. And now this 2,500 is going to pay 5,000. They go up to 7,000. So this player's gone up just a little bit less, but they've actually recouped what they have paid out in fees, I suppose you would say, while still being pretty close to the amount that the other player is. $1,000 may not sound pretty close, but it is. They're pretty darn close. All right, so 8,000. What is the VIG on this? Well, first off, it's going to pay $16,000. It's going to pay $16,000. Now the VIG on this is going to be $400. It's $50 for every 1,000. So they're going to pay a $400 VIG. So they're still going in the hole. They're continuing to go in the hole. So we'll just say they threw in their 400. Okay. What do they have to work with? They've got $24,000 to work with. So depending on what the table max is, they're either going to go up to $10,000, in which case they've got $14,000 in profit, or they're going to go up to $20,000, in which case they have $4,000 in profit. Either way, they've got a pretty hefty amount of profit for a 5th hit. 5 hits on the 10. What about the other player? Well, the other player is going to have a $350 VIG because they only have 7,000, so it's going to pay 14,000. They throw in their $350 VIG. And now what do they have to work with? 2,100. So they'll either go to their 10,000 or they'll go to their 20,000. Either one pulls them a profit. They are at table max. All depends on what the table max is. So this player has a lower profit, but leading up to this, they made back their VIG fairly quickly, and they also made it easier, and it probably flowed a lot faster. It was a lot quicker for the dealers to deal. So that's the 4 and 10. What about 5 and 9? Let's take a look. Okay, so the 9. The 9 pays 140 for 100. 100 pays 140. So what could they go up to? Well, they could go up to 240. Absolutely go up to $240. But more likely, this player would have thrown in $10 to bring it up to $250. Whereas this player is not going to throw in any money. They're just going to go up to $240. Okay? So what does $250 pay? $250 is really easy. It pays $350. So with $350, what do they have to work with? They have $600 to work with. Go all the way. Go all the way to $600. That's after 2 hits. Now this player with 200 pays 280. 40 pays 56. So this is going to pay 336. So 336. What do they have to work with? Well, they've got 575, $576. Most likely this player, because they're not throwing in money, they're still going to want to keep it relatively simple. It's going to go up to 500. Okay. They go to 500. Well, the player that's at 600. So now we are at, that was our, what, second hit? Yes, that was our second hit. So now on our third hit, 500 pays 700, 100 pays 140. So we're looking at $840, right? So $840. So what do they have to work with? They've got $1,440. So as we usually do, we go all the way up. $1,440. Now this other player only went to 500. So they got $700. Right? So what do they have to work with? Well, we're going to pay $1,200 for 5. What do they have to work with? They have $1,200 to work with. They say screw it, stack it all the way up. Now we're at our fourth hit. So our fourth hit. So once again, what do we have here? We have $1,440. Well, 1,000 pays 1,400. 400 pays 560. We're going to break this down for you guys. Makes it a little bit easier. 40 pays 56. So what do we have to work with? We have $3,456 to work with. This player is likely to throw in enough to bring it up to 3,500. They're going to throw in money for this. This player has 1,200. Well, 1,000 pays 1,400. 200 pays 280. So this pays 1,680. So 1,680. What do they have to work with? Quite a bit. $1,880. This player's probably just going to go to. Oh, I'm sorry. They have 2,880. So this player is likely going to go to 25. And collect. So this player that is at 35, well, 35 pays what? 4,900. 4,900. This is the fifth hit. What do they have to work with? They have 8,400 to work with. So at this point, they're probably just going to stack it all up. 8,000. I'm going to go with 8,000. This player has 2,500. That's going to pay 3,500. They're going to go to 6,000. So by not throwing in any more money and collecting a little bit here and there, they are definitely at different levels, for sure. Where are they going to go from here? Well, 5,000. Did I set this up right? I did not. 5,000 is going to pay 7,000. 3,000 is going to pay 4,200. What do they have to work with? Let's take a look. And we are at hit number 6. So now here's where we kind of run into something interesting. If it's a $10,000 max table, they are at table max and they are collecting. They're collecting $9,000. If it is not a $10,000 max table, let's say it's a $20,000 max table, they're probably going to do the same thing, because no matter what, it's got to take one more hit to hit table max. So at this point, instead of going all the way up to 1,900, which would mean that their profit on the next one is going to be a lot higher when they do hit table max, they're going to take their profit now and hit table max on the next roll, which they have to do no matter what. So this player, 5,000 pays 7,000, 1,000 pays 1,400, so $8,400. $8,400. What do they have to work with? 14,400. Now, same thing. They're going to collect this and go to 10,000. And then the very next hit, which is going to pay 14,000, both of these players are going to go to table max of 20,000 if the table is a $20,000 max table. If it's a $10,000 max table, they're already there. So, let's look at what we would do with the 6 and 8. So 120 is going to pay 140. Player's likely going to say, give me 150 for 10. And what are they going to do? Well, what do they have to work with? They have $260 to work with. All right. This player is going to throw in another $20. Now we're at the first hit. This player is going to throw in another $20. Say, take me to 280. This player is going to take their 140 and just say straight press. And I apologize, this player would not go to 280, this player would go to 270. So they would only throw in $10. Okay. Well, this player goes straight up to 240. So that's after one hit. Now after 2 hits, what's going to happen? Well, what does 270 pay? Well, 240 pays 280, and 30 pays 35. So we're looking at 315, okay? 315, what do they have to work with? They have 585 to work with. $585. So what should they do? Throw in 5, go to 540, collect that other 50. Or throw in 15, or throw in 20, take it up to 600. Since we know this player likes to go for it, that's what they're most likely going to do. 240 pays 280. So what do they have to work with? 4, 5, they have 520 to work with. Okay. Press it all the way up again, we go to 480, they collect a little bit. 6 pays 7. So this gets paid 700. Now, from 700, they're just going to press all the way. They go to 1200. This player's at 480. It's going to pay 560. What do they have to work with? This player is going to go to 900. So 1200 is going to pay 1400. 1400, what do they have to work with? 2600. Go to 24. Why not? 900 pays 1050. What are they most likely going to go to? Probably 1800. This player is going to go to 1800. Fifth hit. What are we at? 24 is going to pay 28. They've got 4. They've got 5,200. They throw in another 200. They go to 5,400. This player has, what do we say? This player has 18, which is going to pay 2,100. They're likely going to go to 36. Okay, this player goes to 36. So, 54 pays 63. Now, at this point, what's likely to happen? They're either going to hit the $10,000 table max, which would be, they would be allowed to place 12,000, or they go to 12,000 and hit the table max on the next roll. Same with this player. This player is, well, actually no, this player's going to be a little bit short. So 33,600 is going to pay 4,200. So this player is actually a beat behind come the 6th roll. It's going to take this player the 7th roll in order to get to the $10,000. And then from there, they can go on up from there. So that is the power press at a larger table or a larger starting amount. I hope that helps you guys. Thank you for watching. Please hit the like and subscribe buttons. We will catch you next time. Okay, everybody, and as promised, all the usual blah blah that I try and do at the beginning of the video, we're going to go ahead and put near the end of the video. And here we go. So thank you, everybody, for your usual patronage. All of you that are patrons of ours, we very, very much appreciate it. Thank you, everybody who's been buying us a cup of coffee. Love to say it's going to coffee right now, but this month with the entire family out for COVID, it's honestly going to Bill's and probably the kid's birthday in a week. But we definitely appreciate it. We're going to continue working on these live streams. I know you guys have seen some of them popping up. Just got to figure out the look of it, and some of the audio is still giving me issues. But hopefully we'll be getting those live streams and the craps tournaments going as soon as possible. Really just going to depend on scheduling. My schedule changed, Amy's schedule changed, kids' school schedule is fun. So once we figure out exactly how all those schedules are going to work, we'll let everybody know. And otherwise, please continue emailing us with anything you would like to see videoed. And again, thank you everybody for tuning in. We appreciate every single one of you guys. We'll catch you next time. Bye now. Hello everybody, and welcome to Sin City Living. My name is Jason. I'll be bringing you today's episode. As always, we want to thank all of our fans, our sponsors, our patrons. We appreciate all of your guys' support. Everyone that's bought us a cup of coffee, been greatly, greatly, greatly appreciated. We've had a rough couple of weeks here in the family, been out of work for a week and a half, coming up on 2 weeks, thanks to our old friend COVID running through us. I don't want to take up a whole lot of time with the usual spiel, so all of you guys that are interested in what's going on with Sin City Living and what we plan on doing in the future with our live streams and upcoming events, please stick around to the end of the video or skip to the end of the video and watch. I will put most of that stuff in the ending spiel, and I will try and update it every week or two with more news. Otherwise, that being said, we're just going to go ahead and jump straight into today's video. So for today's episode, we want to begin explaining the center action and how center action works. I'm not going to discuss whether or not these bets are good bets, what is a good bet, what is not a good bet, how to play them. I'm just going to discuss how they work, what these bets are for people that are interested in starting to try and play the center action. So I'm going to start off with the 3 bets that are a little bit different than the rest. First one is the hard ways. Okay, the hard ways come just like the picture. They come as a pair, 5-5, 2-2, 3-3, 4-4. Okay, this one is different in that it is the only bet up here that is not a one-roll bet. It will stay up here except under 2 conditions. If a 7 rolls, it wipes it out, or if an easy way rolls. And what is an easy way? Well, it's also the difference between high side and low side, which we're going to be using a lot later, so I want to explain it now. High side is anything that has a 1 in 36 chance of hitting, basically any pair. Pairs only have one way of coming. So a 5-5 can only come one way. A low side has 2 ways of coming, also known as an easy way. So the 5-5 is the hard 10. The 6-4 is the easy 10. So if you bet $1 on the 5-5, $1 on the hard 10, and a 6-4 rolls, this loses, this comes down. Okay? Why are there 2 ways? Why is that a low side? The easy way, because it can come 6-4 or 4-6. Visually on the dice, it looks like there's only one way to come, 6-4. But it could be 6-4 or it could be 4-6. So there's actually 2 ways or a 1 in 18 chance. 2 ways out of the 36 combinations of the dice. Now what you'll notice on the layouts, each layout is going to be a little bit different. Most of them are going to say 4-1 instead of 2-1. Okay, this pays 7-2-1. So if I have $1 here, I receive $7. Some layouts will say 8-4-1. It's the same thing. 841 would mean you would receive $8 if we took this dollar away for this dollar. Since we always leave bets up, you would receive $7. Basically, you'd be getting paid $8 and we would take $1 out to keep you up. So you would get paid $7. So the hard 10 and hard 4 pay 7 to 1. The hard 6 and hard 8 pay 9 to 1. Why is there a difference? Not because either one of these, any of these are harder to roll than any other, but because it's easier for them to lose, and let me explain why. 1 in 36 chance for any hard way or high side to roll, any pair. So this has a 1 in 36 chance of hitting. How many ways can it lose? Well, there's 6 ways to roll a 7. There's 2 ways to roll an easy 10, 6, 4, or 4, 6. So 8 ways to lose, well, and 1 way to win. Hence 8, 4, 1. Not quite 8, 2, 1, which would be perfectly even true odds. There is a house edge built in there, 8, 4, 1, or 7, 2, 1, 7 to 1, because there's 8 ways to lose. So why do these pay better? If the hard 6 were to roll, I'd get $9 instead of $7. Why? Again, 1 way to win out of 36. But now there are 4 easy ways. So you have 6 ways for the 7 to roll. And then for the easy way, you've got the 5, 1, or 1, 6. And you've got the 4, 2, or 2, 4. So there's 4 ways, so it's 10 ways to lose, 1 way to win. 10 to 1 true odds, so it pays 9 to 1. So that's why these two pay better, because there's more ways for them to lose, not because they're harder to hit. So these bets will stay up the entire time. Every other bet on here is a 1-roll bet. It wins or it loses the very next roll of the dice. So we're going to cover the next 2 kind of oddball bets that are on here. First one is the any 7. This one is combining 3 combinations of the dice. Technically 6, but visually only 3. And that would be the 5-2, the 4-3, and the 6-1. In reality, it's 5-2 or 2-5, 4-3 or 3-4, 6-1 or 1-6. But to most people, it's just 3 combinations of the dice instead of the actual 6 that it is. It's combining 3 ways to roll a 7 into 1 bet so that you can bet $1 on it. Assuming you're on a table that allows dollar center action. If you're on a $25 minimum bet table, they may make the minimum bet in here $5. Maybe. Definitely if you hit $50 or $100 minimum bet tables. This pays 4 to 1, or 5-4-1 if you want to come down on it. But most people will leave their bet up, so it's going to pay $4 if a 7 rolls. It's just combining three different numbers. Same thing with this bet, the any craps. Any craps is combining the 3 crap numbers, the 12 and the 2, which are high side because there's only 1 way for them to roll. And then the ace deuce, which is a low side because it's not a pair. There's 2 ways for it to roll, 1-2 or 2-1. So this is combining the 3 crap numbers into 1 bet, just like with the 7 combining the 3 7 numbers into 1 bet that you can bet a minimum of $1 on. A lot of people use this bet as an insurance bet for their pass line on a come out roll. It's most often bet if somebody has either a come bet or on the come out roll for their pass line bet. These C's right here also represent the any crap. So a lot of times if you bet it, it's going to be placed over here. It's kind of a courtesy spot for the dealers, makes it easier for us to keep track of the bets. Plus there's a very common bet that uses that, which I'm going to get into right now. The next number I want to go over is going to be the 11, or the yo. It is also known as the yo. Why is it known as the yo? Because on a stick call, when we're calling out the numbers, if we say 11 in a loud casino, it can sound like a 7. So if somebody says an 11, there's a chance before they turn around and notice what happened that a dealer has cleared off all the pass line bets, assuming that there was a loser because they heard 7 instead of 11. So we always say yo. So the 11 is a low side because it's not a pair. It comes 6-5 or 5-6, and it pays 15 to 1 or 16-4-1. Same bet. It's a 1-roll bet. Wins or loses on the next roll of the dice. This E also stands for 11. So a lot of people will bet what's called a C and E, crapping an 11. It's a $2 minimum bet because you're betting 2 different bets. And we'll set it up right there. Very common bet on the come out roll. The C is ensuring the pass line bet against a crap number that forces it to lose. Well, the 11, I guess, is just a fun bet. It's just for some unknown reason because it's not ensuring anything. The pass line bet wins on an 11 on a come out roll. But this has become an extraordinarily popular bet. So popular that every layout that I've ever seen has C and E spots on the side. Again, $2 minimum bet. Next we have the ace deuce, which is just like the 11. It's an easy way, low side, so it pays 15 to 1. Then you've got your 2 and your 12. These are pairs, so therefore they are high side because there's only one way for them to roll. They pay 30 to 1. All high sides pay 30 to 1. Minimum bet of $1. They win or lose on the next roll of the dice. So what are some of the combinations we can do here? Well, we already talked about the C&E. A lot of people will do. Another popular one is called the high-low, where you're betting the highest and the lowest. You're betting two numbers, so $2 minimum bet. $2, we tend to set it up just that way. You've also got the aces, ace, deuce right here. Some people will call that a low-low. I hate that phrase. I call it aces, ace, deuce. It goes right there. $2 minimum bet because you're betting two numbers. You also have an ace, deuce, yo. Betting those two numbers, $2 minimum bet. You've got your 11, 12. Some people call it an ET. If somebody says an ET, I will book an 11, 12. There we go. I try and stay away from a lot of slang, especially since a T can stand for a lot of different things. 3, 2, 12. So, 11, 12 right there, betting two numbers. This one has a low side and a high side, pair and a non-pair. So it pays two different ways depending on what number rolls. Another combination, the high, the low, and the yo. High, low, yo. Right there. $3 minimum bet. 3, because you're betting three different numbers. $1 minimum each. Another common one, three-way crap. See, the any crap is combining these three numbers into one bet that you can bet a minimum of $1 on. Some people would prefer to bet a $3 three-way crap. A couple different ways we could set it up. We could, of course, set it up like this, but for ease of use, we tend to set it up this way so that we can point it towards the player so we can remember who's got the bet. This one has two high sides and a low side, so depending on what number hits is how it's going to pay. Now, if we were to do a $3 any crap instead of a $3 three-way crap, how do things pay? Well, it kind of depends. If the low side hits, a three-way crap would pay $13. And any crap is going to pay $21 on this $3 bet. But if the high side hits, and any crap is going to pay $21 because it pays 7 to 1. Whereas over here, it's going to pay $28. So there's pluses and minuses to either one of these two bets and deciding which one you want to make. But the any crap you can do for $1, while the three-way crap you cannot. The last one I'm going to talk about in this video is going to be a three-way crap plus an 11. That has a name. It's called a horn bet. You're betting four numbers, therefore it's a $4 minimum bet. It has two low side and two high sides, so it's going to pay different depending on what number rolls. This is also a very common one for a come out roll. All three craps to ensure the pass line bet against a crap number, and the yo just because it's fun, kind of like the C&E. Now the last thing I want to cover real fast before we end this video, and this is part 1 by the way, is proper and improper bets. There's only a couple of situations where improper bets are common, and improper bets mean you don't have an exact amount on each individual number. For instance, if I do a $3 three-way crap, I've got $1 on each number. If I do a $4 horn bet, I've got $1 on each one of these numbers, right? If I threw in $4 and said I want a $4 three-way crap, the dealers are going to throw back $1 9 times out of 10, actually more than that, probably 99 times out of 100. They're going to give you $1 change, right? Because what are you going to have, $1.33 and a third cents on every single number? I know how that pays, and some dealers do. A lot of dealers do know how that pays, but they're going to encourage a proper bet. They're going to give you $1 change. If you say, no, I want a $4 three-way crap, if the dice are still in the middle, then most likely they're going to say no and give you your $1 change. It needs to be proper. There's a number of reasons for that between shot-taking players and dealers that are unable to pay an improper bet. I've also heard of out-of-state casinos outside of Nevada, some of them that don't take improper bets, period, in any way, shape, or form because of rules on how they're supposed to pay. The only times an improper bet is okay is a $5 high-low. It's so common that every dealer knows how to pay it. It pays $72 since it's high side either way. It pays $72. It technically pays $72.50 So you're giving the casino 50 cents. But this is a super common bet. Another super common one is the horn bet. $5 horn bet. $5 horn bet on the low side, which is the non-pairs, is going to pay you $15. On the high side, it's going to pay you $33. In reality, it pays $33.75. So you're giving the casino 75 cents. But both of those improper bets are super, 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 super common, just like C&Es. You can do an improper C&E, won't be a problem. It just has to be at least the minimum, so at least a minimum of $2. But you can do a $7 C&E, nobody's going to care. Try to do a $7 horn bet, they're probably going to make you throw them in $1, or they're going to give you change. But a $5 horn bet, that's okay. There's better ways to do it that we're going to cover in part 2 of the video. But if you'd like, you can do a $5 horn bet, absolutely. Okay, everybody, and as promised, all the usual blah blah that I try and do at the beginning of the video, we're going to go ahead and put near the end of the video. And here we go. So thank you, everybody, for your usual patronage. All of you that are patrons of ours, we very, very much appreciate it. Thank you, everybody who's been buying us a cup of coffee. Love to say it's going to coffee right now, but this month with the entire family out for COVID, it's honestly going to Bill's and probably the kid's birthday in a week. But we definitely appreciate it. We're going to continue working on these live streams. I know you guys have seen some of them popping up. Just got to figure out the look of it, and some of the audio is still giving me issues. But hopefully we'll be getting those live streams and the craps tournaments going as soon as possible. Really just going to depend on scheduling. My schedule changed, Amy's schedule changed, kids' school schedule is fun. So once we figure out exactly how all those schedules are going to work, we'll let everybody know. And otherwise, please continue emailing us with anything you would like to see videoed. And again, thank you everybody for tuning in. We appreciate every single one of you guys. We'll catch you next time. Bye now. Welcome everybody to Sin City Living. My name is Jason and I'll be bringing you today's episode. As always, please hit those like and subscribe buttons. We have a ton of content for you guys coming out every single week, every single day generally. Occasionally miss a day like I did during the rodeo that is still ongoing right now. And I hope all of our patrons out there are appreciating the patron-only exclusive videos we're putting out with the dice class, putting one out every couple of weeks. And if you're curious about that, go ahead and check the description down below. Once I get this whole live stream thing figured out, I'm probably going to do a live stream on the patron site as well. One on the regular site, one on the patron site. I do have the new computer for it. Theoretically, I have everything ready. I'm just so busy currently with this rodeo. And one of our fans asked a question a little while back about ways to tip us, to show appreciation to us without having to sign up as one of our patrons. And at the time we did not have any way of doing it, but I have managed now to get us signed up with a site called Buy Me a Coffee. As I'm sure some of you guys have noticed from some of our videos, Louie and I are both pretty heavy coffee drinkers. So if you're curious about that as well, go ahead and check down below in the description as well. We would definitely appreciate any cups of coffee you're willing to pick up for us. And don't forget to email us with any strategies, questions, suggestions, anything at all. We love shooting those videos for you guys. I actually haven't gotten a new email in about 2 weeks. And also, don't forget, anybody that may be interested in one of the small Sin City Living neons that we have, just email us that as well, sincitylivingLV@gmail.com. Otherwise, going to go ahead and get into today's episode. This email comes from Jason, and this isn't a strategy he's sending us, it's questions. It's a question about strategies to play. So let's take a look at this email and see what he is looking for. So he is looking for recommended strategies for a $10 table. Pretty easy, that's kind of standard out here. That's the lowest you're going to find out in Vegas right now. And a small bankroll, $500 to $600. Okay, $500 to $600 on a $10 table, that's doable. and some of the reasons why. So local casinos are all $10, even on the weekends. And let's see, smaller bankroll, $500 to $600, because he's got it in his head. He's ready to lose what he's going with. So he's only going with what he's willing to lose. That's very smart. And he also puts that he would consider a good outing if he just wins $100 to $200. So that's awesome. $500 to $600 bankroll and only looking to win $100 to $200. This we could definitely work with. And then he puts the most important aspect is he would like to play as long as he possibly can. So, okay, we can definitely work with this. Let me see if I can find my notes with statistical likelihoods. There they are. All right. Pull this out. Okay, so let's look at this. So these parameters are fairly basic. I'm going to say $500 bankroll, okay? $500 bankroll. So we're looking at a $500 bankroll, and we are looking at $10 minimum bet table and some strategies that could be done with a couple things in mind. Thing number one in mind, play as long as possible. So we want to be able to play and have fun. So I'm not going to recommend something like the Marching Soldier. While the Marching Soldier will allow you to play for a long time because you only have $10 of risk, you would get 50 shooters out of a $500 bankroll. Thing is, it's not super exciting. You don't have the same level of excitement you have with other strategies where you have more things hitting and you're pressing and doing this and doing that. So we're going to eliminate the Marching Soldier. So then let's look at it and say, okay, well, let's also eliminate the Iron Cross. And we're going to eliminate the Iron Cross because it's $61 invested, which is not out of the realm of possibility. We're going to talk about some other strategies that will have approximately the same amount invested per shooter. But because it's also not as fun. It's just, we want to find something that's going to be both exciting, fun to play, and able to win a little bit of money. Now, the kicker here, the best thing about this question is he's only looking to win $100 to $200. So he really only needs to catch one or two decent rolls, not even great rolls, just decent rolls in order to win that much and be able to call it a day. If he happens to hit an awesome roll, that'd be great. And all right, so let's see what we can think of. Well, the first thing that I would say is we're looking at place bets. Unless you're the shooter, in which case you're going to go ahead and do your $10 pass line. And if you want to do your pass line bet, but you want to feel like you're involved in the game, then by all means, go for it. Be involved in the game. Now, because he says, now typically, as you guys know, I would recommend 64 across. Okay, 64 across, including the point. And if you really want, you can add a fifth. You can add a $5 horn bet or horn high yo or something along those lines. If you want to do the whole Iron Cross idea of hitting every single number. But me, I would start out with, for me, it'd be a $70 investment. I would do 64 across, and then I would do $1 per number, so $6 across for the dealers. I do player control because I want to press them up and give them an opportunity to win some serious money. But $64 across is less than 8 shooters on a $500 bankroll if worst case scenario happens. And worst case scenario being 0.7 out. If you got, say, 7.7 outs in a row, you just got crushed. While I would recommend that, there's also another possibility. So let's take a look. So we've got 64 across, and honestly, I think there's a couple different ways to play the 64 across, including the point. So I'm going to set it up twice. And set it up twice to give you a couple different options. And now the other possibility, and again, it's going to be independent of the point. It doesn't matter what the point may be. Okay. Even if at the point where let's say the point's at 9. I would recommend 44 inside. 44 inside. The reason that I recommend 44 inside is because it's going to get you more than 10 shooters worth of bets, even under a worst case scenario. It's actually 11 shooters worth of bets under a worst case scenario. In my case, it would be 10 shooters because I would do 44 inside, and again, $6 across for the dealers, player control, and press them up. So either one, 64 across or 44 inside. Either one of these would be my recommendation for a $10 table with a $500 bankroll. Why did I set up 64 across twice? Because there's a couple different ways you could play it. Now the idea here, because we want to see as many shooters as possible, is we want to make sure that we're pulling some money back. Pulling some money back every single roll. So I would look at these as either a mid-press or a press one unit type situation, with the exception of the inside. The exception of the inside. Okay, so let's look at the statistical likelihood now of rolls. And we're going to go with a short. We're going to say like a little 10-minute roll. Now we can take out the 2, the 3, the 11, and the 12. So let's look at 15 rolls without a 7 coming. So statistically, now we take out the 2, 3, 11, 12. So we're left with these numbers. So statistically, the 4 and 10 are going to come 1.5 times each. The 5 and the 9 are going to come twice each, and the 6 and the 8 are going to come 2.5 times each. Okay, so we're going to go from the inside out this time because we want to show what we would do with the 44 inside. So typically we'd start at the 4 and then go up, but we're going to start with the inside. So we'll start with the 6, then we'll do the 8, then we'll do 5, then we'll do 9. Okay. Now, the first time, so since it's 2.5 times each, let's say 3 and 2. Okay, 3 and 2. And same thing, since it's 1.5 times each, we'll say 2 and 1. Okay, so 3, 2, 2, 1. Now, the first time that the 6 rolls, if we're doing a mid-press strategy, we're probably going to do the same thing as we would on a press 1 unit, and we're just going to press it up 1. So, same thing over here. 12 is going to pay 14. We're going to press it up to 18. Now, with the inside, we're going to do it a little bit different. And in this case, we're probably going to go ahead and give ourselves a 4. Right? Now, you could also just mid-press this. Some people will only play the inside. I like to expand all the numbers, but you don't have to. You could play just the inside. So if you have a smaller margin that you're looking for a win, it's certainly doable. Now, mid-pressing, the second time this one hits, we would go all the way up to 30, and we would collect the rest. Now, on the press 1 unit, we're only going to, you'll never guess, press 1 unit. I know, it's shocking. Now the second time the 6 hits, we'll pay 15 for 1, give ourselves a 10, and then collect that 5. So now the third time this hits, for the 6, throw in $2, we'll go to 42, we collect the green. For this one, I'll pay it 30 for 2. We're also going, and we're going up to $30. Now, for the inside, now we are at the point where we can do either a mid-press or a press 1 unit. It's going to work out the same on this one. So that would be the 2 times the 6 hits. Now, obviously, there's some other numbers rolling, so it doesn't quite go perfectly to this. But the idea is your first few hits, you try and get the other 2 numbers. Once you've got the other 2 numbers, then you go with whatever strategy, be it a mid-press, a press 1 unit. You could do sister presses, whatever you want to do. So in this case, it's only going to hit twice. So the first time, sorry, my son is upstairs sleeping, so I am trying to do this as quietly as possible. We're going to press it up to 18. The next time around, we're going to press it up to 30. So that's the 2 times that hits. For the press 1 unit, throw in $2, so we can just take that. And then the second time around, collect the 15. And same thing for the player that is inside. Okay, so I'm going to stop doing the inside ones because it's going to be pretty much the exact same as these 2 strategies at this point. All right. Just remember the 44 inside is a viable possibility, and if you don't want to expand out to the 4 and 10, then you can just do mid-press, press 1 unit, power press if you really want to. So now with these are going to hit twice each. So for a mid-press strategy, you're going to press it up 1 unit, the first time, and then the second time you're going to collect $11, go up to a quarter. If you're pressing 1 unit, collect 10, press it up, and then then the second time, you're going to collect 16 and press it up. Same thing over here. Now, something I want to point out here, and the reason that I always say the mid-press method is so highly underrated, is you look at this. 6 is hit 3 times, 8 is hit twice, 5 and 9 have hit twice each time, and the mid-press player is sitting on $97. The pressing 1 unit player is sitting on $118. In the shorter term, the shorter rolls, the shorter hands, pressing 1 unit ends up being superior to a mid-press or a power press by a pretty decent margin. Now, as things continue to progress, not so much. Once you get into the 20, 30-minute rolls, obviously mid-presses and power presses make more money because these bets end up higher. But when you're only looking to make $100 or $200 and you want to play for as long as possible, press 1 unit is probably the best strategy you're going to find. Okay, so the 4 and 10, now that I've shown you the basic idea of what you're going for, don't really feel the need to do the 4 and 10. The way that would work for a mid-press player, you would go up to 15, then you go up to 25. For a press 1 unit, you will go up to 15, then you go up to 20 on both of them. Now, this would be my recommendation. 64 across, including the point, press 1 unit. You can also do a mid-press if you like, or you can even just do inside and press 1 unit or mid-press. Okay, so my recommendation, 64 across including the point, or 44 inside including the point if necessary, and press 1 unit. Under the parameters that you gave, $10 minimum bet table, $500 bankroll, only trying to win $100 to $200, and call it a day, and play as long as possible. That's what I would give you. I would recommend either one of these strategies as the most viable for what you're trying to do. They're also very, very simple. Very simple, very basic, but very strong. So I hope this answers your question, Jason. Thank you very much for sending it to us. We appreciate it. I hope everyone else finds this interesting, illuminating, enlightening, just plain fun. Thanks for watching, everyone. Bye now. So, as I promised, I wanted to go over very briefly our upcoming attempts at a third test live stream. So what's happened so far? The first test live stream just flat didn't work. The problem that I had was was an equipment problem. I had an equipment problem in that the equipment that I was using to translate the camera into streamable video to the computer required a better USB port than the computer I was using at the time. So that one just flat failed because it would not translate into the computer. The computer would not pick it up, would not read it, so I wasn't able to live stream it. So then, as I was looking through, because I'm a little bit of a tech head, as I was looking through all of my other stuff, because I do have 4 laptops here and 3 computers, I did find one that actually did have the newer style USB port. Unfortunately, it was actually my oldest laptop, but I figured, what the heck, let me give it a shot. What's the worst that can happen? And this time around, when I fired everything up, the video was actually translating onto the computer, so things were looking better. But then when I attempted to live stream, the computer was not powerful enough to be able to translate it and then upload it sufficiently. So it basically just uploaded a blank screen for the live stream. So what I am going to have to do is, and I'm already looking into all of my options, I'm going to upgrade my computer so I can add, a 7th, 8th computer to my household. And I'm going to go much, much higher, and I'm going to get a computer that is far more than I need for this, far, far, far more powerful than I need for this. That way, any future upgrades that I may do, the computer will be able to handle it. So unfortunately, this computer is going to cost me about 25% more, about 25% of what I've already laid out in all the equipment for this channel. So it wasn't something I could just instantly buy. I'm probably looking at Black Friday or Cyber Monday. So hopefully I have it within the next couple of weeks, and then I'll do another test live stream and see if I can go from there. So I will definitely do at least one weekly live stream on our Patreon because they're the ones that are really helping us get this computer and the other equipment that I'm going to get, because I figure if I'm buying the computer, I might as well buy the most high-end capture cards and things along those lines, get everything as good as possible, and then hopefully eventually get a better microphone for you guys. So yeah, that's where we stand on the live stream. As soon as I have the computer and I do the test, which will be in a few weeks, like I said, I've got to order it in a week or two, then I have to wait for it to ship. Plus we have probably the biggest event of the year coming up, the NFR National Finals Rodeo. So I'm basically working 2 weeks straight, as is my wife. So not going to have a whole lot of time. But once we get all that under control, then we'll figure out. There's been some schedule changes to myself, some schedule changes to my wife, and some upcoming schedule changes to my wife as well. So hopefully we can get all the scheduling figured out so I know when I'll be able to live stream as well. My initial plan of Thursdays at 6 o'clock is already out the window. I'm at work at that point now. So we will get it all figured out, and we will let you guys know, I promise. And otherwise, I hope you guys have found this interesting, enlightening, illuminating, or at least just plain fun. And we will catch you guys next time. Bye now. Welcome everybody to Sin City Living. My name is Jason and I'll be bringing you today's episode. As always, please hit those like and subscribe buttons. We have a ton of content for you guys coming out every single week, every single day generally. Occasionally miss a day like I did during the rodeo that is still ongoing right now. And I hope all of our patrons out there are appreciating the patron-only exclusive videos we're putting out with the dice class, putting one out every couple of weeks. And if you're curious about that, go ahead and check the description down below. Once I get this whole live stream thing figured out, I'm probably going to do a live stream on the patron site as well. One on the regular site, one on the patron site. I do have the new computer for it. Theoretically, I have everything ready. I'm just so busy currently with this rodeo. And one of our fans asked a question a little while back about ways to tip us, to show appreciation to us without having to sign up as one of our patrons. And at the time we did not have any way of doing it, but I have managed now to get us signed up with a site called Buy Me a Coffee. As I'm sure some of you guys have noticed from some of our videos, Louie and I are both pretty heavy coffee drinkers. So if you're curious about that as well, go ahead and check down below in the description as well. We would definitely appreciate any cups of coffee you're willing to pick up for us. And don't forget to email us with any strategies, questions, suggestions, anything at all. We love shooting those videos for you guys. I actually haven't gotten a new email in about 2 weeks. And also, don't forget, anybody that may be interested in one of the small Sin City Living neons that we have, just email us that as well, sincitylivingLV@gmail.com. Otherwise, going to go ahead and get into today's episode. Jump into today's video. Now, this premiere video is actually going to be 2 strategies, although they are somewhat interconnected. But I'm going to go over 2 different strategies. So here's what we're looking at. Now, as we have said in the past, the place bets typically tend to be the best, and most of us, especially dealers, we play place bets, and we typically will include the point. So it does not matter what the point is. I'm going to mark the 8, but again, it does not matter what the point is. We're going to include the point. Bear with me as far as my drop cuts go. I still have the chunk taken out of my finger. It's going to be a few weeks before I can drop cut with that hand again. And now we talk about going 96 across. 96 across so that you can get every number, and you get a decent number of units. And with 3 units, I can really play around a lot with the pressing, be it cross pressing, sister pressing, individual presses, power press, take some, leave some. So 96 across gives you a lot of opportunity. But you're basically going even all the way across, same number of units all the way across, and some numbers have a much higher chance of rolling than others. For instance, the 6 and 8 each have 5 different ways of rolling. So you have 10 out of the 30 non-7 potential dice combinations. 30 combinations of the dice that are not a 7, and 10 of them fall within the 6 and 8. So 1/3 of the numbers. The 5 and 9 have 8 of those combos. And then the 4 and 10 have 6 of those combinations. So the 6 and 8 are almost, not quite, but almost double the chances of a 4 and 10 rolling. And so this strategy is based around going with the numbers that are most likely to roll. You're still going to bet all the numbers, but if you want to commit $96 to what you're doing, if you wanted to do 96 across, well, another opportunity, another option is to do 98. 98. Now, what are we looking at? Well, if we do 98, what we're looking at is we're looking at doing a $10 4 and 10. We're looking at doing a $15 5 and 9. And I think you guys see where I'm going with this. Then we're looking at doing a $24 6 and 8. So basically, the numbers that have the highest probability of rolling have our biggest bets. All right, so we're at 48 here, 78, 98 total dollars. So we have $2 more at risk doing this versus the 96 across, but the numbers that have the best chance of rolling have the highest dollar amount on them. The 5 and 9 still have the exact same dollar amount on them. Doesn't change because they're kind of in the middle as far as the opportunity to roll. Now the 4 and 10 may have less dollars on them at the moment, but they pay better, and you can always use other numbers to press them. But the thing about this pyramid strategy is that you want to bring your bets up. They get higher and higher as you go up to the higher likelihood of numbers rolling. So if you want to still do the same dollar amount that you were doing before, why not do it this way? Because now you have so much more to work with. Even if you just wanted to do small presses, let's say a 6 rolls, okay? And we just want to press it up 1 unit. So we press it up to 30, and we are collecting $22. $22. If the 6 were to roll again, we're probably going to do a partial press, the mid-press method, and we go up to $42, so we're going to collect a green. So we're collecting larger amounts of money already. If under the 96 across, if you were to same bet 2 times, you would have $42. This way you've got $45 and you've got a bigger bet. You've got a much bigger bet. So you're collecting more while also raising your bets up higher. Now from here, what would I likely do? I would likely go up to 60. So there we collect another 36. 3 hits on a 6, and we have $76 in front of us. 3 hits on an 8, we'd have the same. Now with the others, now that's assuming that 3 6s rolled back to back to back. Chances are other numbers have rolled, and we are probably looking at a little bit of profit from those as well. Let's say a 5 or 9 rolls. Now these pay $21. A couple different ways you can take this. You could just press the 9 and the 9 by itself up to a green and collect $11. Nothing wrong with that. You could just press it 1 unit and collect $16. Also nothing wrong with that. If you're really bold, you could press the 5 and the 9 up to a quarter, collect $1. That's pretty bold. When it comes to this particular strategy, when it comes to this pyramid, I personally like to individually press the 6 and 8, and the reason for that is because they are so likely to roll. And then I like to cross press the 5 and 9. Now, if we want to stay conservative, then we just collect $11 and we take these up to 20 each. Now, if either one of these roll, we will take our $28, we'll collect 18 of it, and we'll press up to a green each. Same thing with the 4 and 10, because the 4 and 10 you have so much more to work with. They pay you $18 if it's not a buy. Some places it would be a buy. So you're going to collect $8. It doesn't seem like a whole lot, but again, it doesn't roll all that often. So if you hit one of these streaks where you get a lot of 4 and 10s, great, you can press them up. If not, you're really really focusing on the numbers that have the most likelihood of rolling. Now, should this hit again, there's a couple things you could do. You could take them both up to a quarter, or you could take them both up to 20 each, or you could just take one of them up to a quarter. Either way, you're going to still collect some money, and you're increasing these bets. Now, what about with the 6 and 8? What if you didn't want to individually press? What if you wanted to sister press the 6 and 8 just like you're doing with the 5 and 9 and the 4 and 10? Well, you can do that as well. So the 6 and 8, if we want to go up to 30 each, right? We're still going to collect $16. We collect $16 and we go up to 30 each. Now, should it roll again, either one of them, we could collect $11 and we could take these up to 42 apiece. That pesky left hand of mine. Now from here, sister pressing them up to 60 each is definitely a viable option, but I'll be honest with you, at this point, I do very occasionally see people sister press the 6 and 8 up to 42. Typically, I will see them both pressed up to 30 each, and then they go to individual presses. Take it from 30 to 42, so on and so forth. But it's possible to press these up to 60 each. This is not going to be something that is going to be super common. Because in order to press these up, you need $36 to go to 6 each. So you're only going to collect $13. By the time you get to this point, your 6 and 8s have rolled a couple of times, and people don't really feel like they want to keep pushing their luck, so they start individually pressing them. Again, you don't have to. There's nothing that says you need to individually press, nothing that says you need to sister press. There's also nothing that says you need to press at all. It's entirely up to you. Whatever it is you want to do, do it. It's up to you, 100% up to you. Why not do it to whichever level you feel most comfortable doing? So this is the pyramid strategy. And like I said, it's just an alternative. Some people really, really like to focus on the numbers that have the best possibility of rolling. So they'll put the most money on the 6 and 8. It's kind of like you're basically betting the favorites. You know, you want to bet the favorites instead of the underdogs. So you're putting the most money on the favorites, but you're kind of hedging yourself a little bit with a smaller bet on the underdog. You know, why not? And that's what this method is really shooting for. Now, as far as the second possibility that you could do with this particular method is the inside-out pyramid. Now in this one, instead of 96 across or instead of 98 across because you're doing a pyramid, this one would only be 94. And the reason for that is now instead of going for the numbers that have the highest likelihood of rolling, what you are instead going for is you are going for the numbers that have the highest payout, the ones that pay you the most if they hit. So now you are reversing your pyramid. So you're doing the inside-out pyramid. So now you would go down to, now you would do 2 units on the 6 and 8. Instead of 24 each, now you're going to do $12 each. Now your 5 and 9 stay the same. You're still just doing 3 units. So it's just like doing 96 across. Because again, the 5 and 9 are right in the middle as far as the probability of them rolling. But it's the 4 and 10 that you're really going for it. The 4 and 10 is what you're really hoping hits. So 4 and 10 right there, these pay you anywhere between $36 to $39, depending. Is it a buy? Is it not a buy? Who knows? So, yeah, there's that. That's the reverse pyramid. And I hope you guys find this interesting, enlightening, illuminating. If anything else, just plain fun. We thank every single one of you guys for tuning in. We especially thank everybody that's in the live chat today and anybody that has dropped us any tips on there. And we hope we answered any questions you guys may have on that live chat. We will catch you guys next time. Thank you very much for watching. Bye now. So, as I promised, I wanted to go over very briefly our upcoming attempts at a third test live stream. So what's happened so far? The first test live stream just flat didn't work. The problem that I had was a was an equipment problem. I had an equipment problem in that the equipment that I was using to translate the camera into streamable video to the computer required a better USB port than the computer I was using at the time. So that one just flat failed because it would not translate into the computer. The computer would not pick it up, would not read it, so I wasn't able to live stream it. So then, as I was looking through, because I'm a little bit of a tech head, as I was looking through all of my other stuff, because I do have 4 laptops here and 3 computers, I did find one that actually did have the newer style USB port. Unfortunately, it was actually my oldest laptop, but I figured, what the heck, let me give it a shot. What's the worst that can happen? And this time around, when I fired everything up, the video was actually translating onto the computer, so things were looking better. But then when I attempted to live stream, the computer was not powerful enough to be able to translate it and then upload it sufficiently. So it basically just uploaded a blank screen for the live stream. So what I am going to have to do is, and I'm already looking into all of my options, I'm going to upgrade my computer so I can add, what, a 7th, 8th computer to my household. And I'm going to go much, much higher, and I'm going to get a computer that is far more than I need for this, far, far, far more powerful than I need for this. That way, any future upgrades that I may do, the computer will be able to handle it. So unfortunately, this computer is going to cost me about 25% more, about 25% of what I've already laid out in all the equipment for this channel. So it wasn't something I could just instantly buy. I'm probably looking at Black Friday or Cyber Monday. So hopefully I have it within the next couple of weeks, and then I'll do another test live stream and see if I can go from there. So I will definitely do at least one weekly live stream on our Patreon because they're the ones that are really helping us get this computer. And the other equipment that I'm going to get, because I figure if I'm buying the computer, I might as well buy the most high-end capture cards and things along those lines, get everything as good as possible, and then hopefully eventually get a better microphone for you guys. So yeah, that's where we stand on the live stream. As soon as I have the computer and I do the test, which will be in a few weeks, like I said, got to order it in a week or two, then I have to wait for it to ship. Plus, we have probably the biggest event of the year coming up, the NFR National Finals Rodeo. So I'm basically working 2 weeks straight, as is my wife. So not going to have a whole lot of time. But once we get all that under control, then we'll figure out. There's been some schedule changes to myself, some schedule changes to my wife, and some upcoming schedule changes to my wife as well. So hopefully we can get all the scheduling figured out so I know when I'll be able to live stream as well. My initial plan of Thursdays at 6 o'clock is already out the window. I'm at work at that point now. So we will get it all figured out, and we will let you guys know, I promise. And otherwise, I hope you guys have found this interesting, enlightening, illuminating, or at least just plain fun. And we will catch you guys next time. Bye now. Welcome everybody to Sin City Living. My name is Jason, and I'll be bringing you today's episode. As always, please hit those like and subscribe buttons. We have a ton of content for you guys coming out every single week, every single day generally. Occasionally miss a day like I did during the rodeo that is still ongoing right now. And I hope all of our patrons out there are appreciating the patron-only exclusive videos we're putting out with the dice class, putting one out every couple of weeks. And if you're curious about that, go ahead and check the description down below. Once I get this whole live stream thing figured out, I'm probably going to do a live stream on the patron site as well. One on the regular site, one on the patron site. I do have the new computer for it. Theoretically, I have everything ready. I'm just so busy currently with this rodeo. And one of our fans asked a question a little while back about ways to tip us, to show appreciation to us without having to sign up as one of our patrons. And at the time, we did not have any way of doing it, but I have managed now to get us signed up with a site called Buy Me a Coffee. As I'm sure some of you guys have noticed from some of our videos, Louie and I are both pretty heavy coffee drinkers. So if you're curious about that as well, go ahead and check down below in the description as well. We would definitely appreciate any cups of coffee you're willing to pick up for us. And don't forget to email us with any strategies, questions, suggestions, anything at all. We love shooting those videos for you guys. I actually haven't gotten a new email in about 2 weeks. And also, don't forget, anybody that may be interested in one of the small Sin City Living neons that we have, just email us that as well, sincitylivinglv@gmail.com. Otherwise, going to go ahead and get into today's episode. So for today's video, we are going to talk about one of the most underrated strategies out there. It's one that almost nobody ever talks about. It's one you almost never see. The thing is, with most strategies are designed without any actual thought to what is your goal, what kind of role are you looking for. Most of the time, these really complex strategies, what they're really designed for is the what if on a short roll. How can I stop myself from losing money on these short rolls instead of how can I win money on the above average rolls. And those kind of rolls where you're trying to minimize your loss, you're trying to make your loss as small as possible, is also making your win smaller. And then it just becomes a slow circle down the drain. You're slowly going down the drain. And what you really want to do is you want to come up with a strategy that is designed for whatever you consider your win point to be. Maybe you're trying to shoot for those rolls that are only 10 to 12 rolls long or 15 rolls long. The little 10-minute rolls that happen with some regularity, not super often, but with more than enough regularity. Maybe your goal is that if you hit one of those rolls, you just kind of maybe broke even on your strategy, and you're really shooting for those 20-minute rolls, the 30 roll without a 7 kind of rolls, those 20 to 22-minute rolls. Or maybe you're even saying, if I hit even that amazing roll, I just want to be up just a little bit, and I'm really shooting for these 45 minutes, hour-long rolls, the 45 to 60 rolls without a 7. And this strategy that I want to talk about, I'm actually going to compare it to other strategies, some of the other top strategies out there, and just see how they would perform, and just show you how it's going to perform on the middling rolls, the 15 rolls without a 7, statistically. Now remember, what this looks like on these statistical rolls is kind of almost a worst case scenario, because if you're already breaking the 6 rolls without a 7 thing, you've already broken the statistics. And most strategies are really looking at just one number to roll more often than is likely to happen. And I'm only going to show you what would be statistically likely to happen. So it'll give you an idea with this very underrated strategy and 2 of the other extremely strong strategies, or better known strategies, of how they will perform on the shorter rolls, the 10-minute rolls, and then versus, say, the 20-minute rolls, and versus, say, the 40-minute rolls, and then versus, say, the hour-long rolls. I'm going to try and show you all of the possibilities. So what is this strategy? Well, this strategy is extremely basic. Now, just like anything else, any other strategy, it doesn't care what the point is. I'm going to set the point as 9. Right? The point is not going to matter. In fact, I'm actually going to get rid of the puck, because the point is not going to matter, aside from the working or not working on a come-out roll. So this strategy, if this were a $10 table, and this strategy works on any table, just starting out at the minimum bet. We're going to pretend it's a $10 strategy, or $10 table. This strategy is the old standby, just press 1 unit. Pressing 1 unit. It's very underrated. People don't understand how powerful this strategy can actually be. And it's pretty strong in the middle area of the rolls. You end up winning more than you might think you would win, and you also manage to minimize your losses on the 5 to 7 roll, and then a 7 pops up. And it's just simple press 1 unit. Now, along with that, we're also going to compare it to a classic, properly done iron cross. And then I'm also going to compare it to a mid press, and then I'm going to compare it to a power press. And we're going to see how all of these will perform on the statistical likelihood of rolls coming on 15 rolls without a 7, 30 rolls without a 7, 45, and 60. So let's take a look. So if we're looking at 15 rolls without a 7, statistically, the 2 and the 12, they would each come up a half a time. So we're going to say the 2 comes up 0 times and the 12 comes up once, just so that we can look at if something were to pay triple. We'll look at just, kind of the best case. So that has absolutely no effect on the pressing 1 unit, the mid press, or the power press. But a 12 rolling once does have an effect on the iron cross player. Okay? Now, the 3 and the 11, both of those statistically are going to come up 1 time each. I actually need to add those to my notes because I forgot to put those in there. So they're each going to statistically come up 1 time each on a 15s, which means that the iron cross would get paid $10 twice. Okay? Now we go into the 4s. Statistically, 4 and 10 are going to come up 1.5 times each. So we're going to do 1 time on the 4, and then we're going to do 2 times on the 10. But I'm just going to go down the list on the 4s. So the 4 is going to come up 1 time on a 15 roll without a 7. So we're going to assume that this is not a buy. And the first player is just going to press 1 unit. So they get paid 18, so they collect 13, and they press up 1 unit. The iron cross player just receives their whopping field bet. The mid-press player is going to get paid their $18, and the mid-press player is probably going to go up to 20 because they are designed to try and collect a little bit. Now, the power press player would go all the way up. Power press player would probably throw in some money, but we're just going to go all the way up and not throw in any extra money. Now, the 5 on a 15 roll without a 7, the 5 statistically is going to come up 2 times. It's going to come up twice. So first, we have the pressing 1 unit player that'll throw in $1 to get paid 15. They'll collect and they'll press it 1 unit. Now, the second time around, it's going to get paid 21, and they're going to press it 1 unit, so they go up to 20, and they're going to collect the rest. The iron cross player is going to collect $11 because they have to replace their field bet, and it pays 21, so they'll collect $11 twice. So we'll just do it this way. Keep this switched out for ease of use. Now, what about the mid-press player? Well, the mid-press player is going to do it a couple different ways. But most likely, the first time around is going to press 1 unit. And then the second time around, it's going to collect $11 and go to a quarter. Now, power press player. Power press player would throw in $1 and go to a green. Second time, they'd go all the way up. They're not going to collect anything on this one. Now the 6. 6 and 8 statistically are going to come up 2.5 times. So we're going to do 2 times and 3 times for 15 rolls. And we'll smooth it out when we get to 30 rolls. Because then at that point it'd be 5 and 5. So we'll say the 6 is going to come up, what did I say, 2 times? It's going to come up 2 times. So the press 1 unit player does exactly what we just said, and they press it 1 unit the first time. So the second time, they're going to, again, press it 1 unit, and they will collect the rest. Now, the iron cross player, once again, is going to make $11 twice. So they're going to make $22 total. The mid-press player. A mid-press player here is likely to press it 1 unit the first time as well. And then the second time is very likely going to go up to 30. Now the power press player. The power press player normally would throw in an extra $4, so we'll put them at negative $2 because they're going to go up to 30. So they're at negative $2. And then the next time around, they would throw in another $1, so they're at negative $3. We'll say they're at negative $3 and would go all the way up to 66. Okay? So now let's look at the 8. So the 8, the 2.5 times, 2 times, we'll do 3 times on the 8. So the pressing 1 unit player, once again, goes up 1 unit. And then the next time around, goes up 1 unit. Iron cross player. Oh, I'm sorry, they still have the 3rd time. Goes up 1 unit again. Iron cross player. This time around, they're making $11 because they get paid $21 minus that $10. They're making $11 3 times. So we'll give them 35 for 2. And now the mid-press player. So the mid-press player, first time, press it up 1 unit. Second time, take me to 30. Third time, they will throw in $2, go up to 42, and call it a day. And power press player. Power press player is at negative $3 right now. They are going to throw in $4, so they go to negative $7. They go straight up to 30 the first time. Second time they throw in another $1, so they're once again at negative. They go up to 66. Now, the third time around, they need to throw in $7. So they're actually going to be at negative $15. I'm going to do it this way so I can tell that this is a negative. They're at negative $15, but they go all the way up to 150. See, the power press player stays stuck for a fairly long period of time here. So they are at negative $15. So now we go on to the 9. So the 9 statistically will come up twice. So the pressing 1 unit player will throw in $1, collect 10, press it up 1 unit. Then they will, second time, press it up 1 unit, collect again. The iron cross player is going to make $20. We'll give them 25 for 5 because they're going to get paid twice right there, make their $10. The pressing 1 unit player, or the mid-press player, I'm sorry, the mid-press player, first time, press it 1 unit, second time, go to a quarter. And the power press player is going negative another $1. So they're negative 16 because they went up to a quarter. And then they went all the way up to 60. Now we get to the 10. So the 10, we'll say 2 times because we said 1 time for the 4 because it's actually 1.5 times each. So 1 time for the 4, so we'll do 2 times for the 10. So the pressing 1 unit player collects a little bit. Then the next time around, presses it 1 unit, collects a little bit, and that's their 2 times, and they are now at 20. The iron cross player collects $20. They collect the field twice. The mid-press player gets interesting. They're probably just going to go 1 unit the first time, and then the second time, they're going to pay 30 for 3 and go up to a quarter. Now the power press player that is stuck $16, probably going to collect $3, go up to there. So now they're only stuck $13. And then the next time around, they're going to be stuck $14 now because they're going to go all the way up to 75 most likely. Okay. So after a 15 rolls without a 7, statistically, looking at these strategies, one thing that you notice is that while the Iron Cross is doing the best right here, it's because they are same betting everything. So as the roll gets stronger, the Iron Cross is going to get weaker and weaker and weaker in comparison. Plus, a lot of Iron Cross players will start pressing a little bit. So what you see here is the profit is not going to be the profit for most Iron Cross players, because most skilled Iron Cross players, because they are going to be using some of it to press. But if they just do the plain and simple Iron Cross and same bet everything, they're looking at $177 of profit, right? But what you notice is this pressing 1 unit person has $166 in profit. They are $11 shy of the classic Iron Cross profit, and they don't ever get paid on a 2, 3, 11, 12, and they are using part of their winnings to press. Because every time they press, they win more next time. And even though they're pressing a little bit, they're still winning more. And it starts to add up very quickly. So that's why I say that the press 1 unit is such an underrated strategy. It's so simple, and yet in the middle rolls, it's collecting, and it's collecting pretty quickly. It's only outpaced by a same bet strategy. It's the only thing that outpaces the press 1 unit, and its profit is better than the mid press and significantly better than the power press in the shorter term. This 15 rolls without a 7, this is probably a 10-minute roll. Because at this point the bets haven't gotten too crazy, so it's not slowing the roll down with how the play is going and all that. So 15 rolls, not too shabby. But we're going to take a look. We're going to go another 15 rolls. So now let's take a look at it as we add the next 15 rolls into the mix. So going up into the next 15 rolls, we're going to look at the 2 and the 12. The 12 statistically is only going to roll once out of the 30 times. So since it already rolled once on the 15, we're not going to do it again. But we did 0 on the 2, and this time the 2 is going to get its roll, so we'll pay it double. So the Iron Cross player is going to get their $20 there. Now for the 3 and the 11, they're each going to get 1 more hit apiece. So I'm going to take 80 from them and give them 100 because they'll get paid $10 twice right there. That takes care of the 2, 3, the 11, and the 12, which don't affect any other roll except for the Iron Cross. So now, let's keep going. So now we get to the 4. So statistically, the 4 and the 10 in a 30 rolls without a 7 are going to roll 3 times each. Now last time around we did 1 and 2. So we're going to add 2 more to this one, and we're going to add 1 more to this one. So here we go. Let's look at the 4 first. So pressing 1 unit, the press 1 unit player collects 22 basically. So that's the first time. So now the second time, that is going to pay 40 for 1. Well, could pay a couple different ways. So we'll pretend it's not a buy yet. Almost every place is going to have this as a buy, but we're going to pay it as if it's not a buy. So we'll pay it 36. And again, we press 1 unit. Now the Iron Cross player just gets 2 hits on the field, so they get another $20. We'll give them 25 for 5. Now what about the mid-press player? So the mid-press player right here is going to get their $36. Now they're already at 20, so they're very likely to go up to 40. Mid-press on the 4 and 10 are, actually they'll probably just go to a quarter. They're going to go to a quarter the first time around. Now the second time around, they throw in $1. They go up a quarter. Mid-press on the 4 and 10 oftentimes just start doing kind of a classic press where they're actually just doubling their bet every single time because, well, why not? So the power press player is going to get 2 more hits on the 4. Now, right now they are stuck at 14. They are $14 in the hole. They're actually going to be $15 in the hole because they would throw in their dollar and then they would press it all the way up. Now, then the next time around, it's going to get paid $146. They're going to go up to 200. Power press player is going to go up to 200. This is going to be the point where they kind of collect a little bit. Now, they are stuck $15, so they pay off their $15, and the power press player now has a $6 profit, sitting on a $6 profit. And instead of going straight down the line, I'm going to deal with these in chunks so I don't lose my place. So now we're going to look at the 10. Okay, so the 10 would only roll one more time because we did 2 last time around. So $36 for the press 1 unit player. They go up to a quarter. The iron cross player collects their $10 from the field. Boom. Mid-press player, don't really have the dollar to throw in, so we're going to go ahead and, actually we're going to do it this way. We're going to pay a 54 for 5. And they press up. And the power press player, $146. Going to 200, collecting. So now let's look at the 5 and the 9. 5 and the 9 are going to add 2 more rolls each. Pretty basic. 2 more rolls each. So pressing at 1 unit player goes up to 25. Then they go up to 30. You guys see how fast this pressing 1 unit player is raking in the dough. So now, the iron cross player, they lose 10, but they win 21, so they're making $11. They're making $11 twice, so they make another $22. We're going to do 27 for 5. Iron cross player's done. Very, very basic. Mid-press player. Mid-press player gets paid 35. They say, you know what, make it 36. Done. Next time around, they say, take me to 50. Power press player. What does the power press player do? Well, power press players get paid $84. They throw in a buck, so they get paid $85. Look what they have. $145. Make it look like $150. Throw in some more. More. Now $150 gets paid $210. Take me to $350. And collect a little bit. Boom. There we go. Now let's jump over to the 9. So the 9, pressing 1 unit player, goes up to a quarter. Then they go up to 30. Iron cross player, again, gets paid twice. We're going to pay them 25 for 5 because they only get paid in their field twice. Mid-press player, take me to 36, and then take me to 50. You notice the mid-press player starting to catch up here. Power press player, 85 for 1. Throw in another 5. Take me to 150. Pays 210. Take me to 350. Now let's look at the 6 and the 8. So the 6 and the 8, they kind of get mixed up a little bit. Before we did 2 and 3 because they had 2.5 times statistical likelihood. They were statistically likely to come 2.5 times each on the 15 roll. So now they're likely to come 5 times. So we did 2 and then we did 3. So this time we're going to add 3 more to this one and we're going to add 2 more to this one, okay? So adding 3 more, the press 1 unit player does exactly what they say, and they press it 1 unit the first time. The second time they have to throw in $1 so they can press it up 1 unit, go to 36, and then the third time they go to 42. The Iron Cross player has 3 hits at $11 each, so that would be 33. We'll do 35 for 2. Now the mid-press player throws in $2. They go to 42 the first time. Second time, they're going to go to 60. And the third time, take me to 90. Power press player. Power press player is at 66. They're going to have to throw in $7 more. We'll give them 3 change there. They're going to take their bet to 150. The first time. The second time around, power press player is actually going to collect the green this time. They're going to go up to 300 because it pays 150 pays 175. And they're going up to 300, so they actually collect $50. Now from this point, now the next time around, they're going to collect another 50, and they're going to go all the way up to 600. 300 pays 350. They're going all the way up to 600. So then we get to the 8. So the 8 is going to roll 2 more times for each one of these players. So again, press 1 unit person goes up to 36 from 30. Then they're going to go up to 42. Iron Cross player gets 2 more hits, so they make $22. We'll give them 27 for 5. Now we'll look at the mid-press player. Mid-press player is going to go up to 60 the first time. You can tell I've done that press once or twice in my time. Then they're going to go up to 90. Power press player. Power press player collects their green, goes up to 300, then collects their 2 green, goes up to 600. Now, this is showing the pretty darn good roll. This is 30 rolls without a 7, so this is probably a 20 to 22 minute roll. Now tonight, in my 6 hours that I was actually working, not counting my 2 hours that I was on break, of my 8-hour shift, I saw one 22, 23 minute hand that was approximately this many rolls, approximately 30 rolls. And although it had, it definitely broke some statistics in some other ways. And I'm actually going to film that particular roll later on today as well. And I also saw a 35 minute roll, which was probably about 40 rolls of the dice without a 7. 35, 40 rolls of dice without a 7. So it was a little bit stronger than this one, but not quite as super strong as the next 15 rolls that we're going to show you guys in a second. Now, what I want you guys to take a look at is we're 30 rolls without a 7 with some of the most common and generally accepted absolute best strategies, especially for winning the most money. And you take a look at these, and who's won the most money right now? It's the person that's only pressing 1 unit at a time every hit. They've got $508 in profit. The Iron Cross player, the classic Iron Cross player, has $344 in profit. This is exposing the weakness of the Iron Cross if you don't press. If they are pressing, things change a little bit. The first 15 rolls, their profit's way down, but the next 15, it starts to really rise up. Because most Iron Cross players are going to go and kind of bleed into a mid-press method. Mid-press player. Mid-press player has $499. $499 in profit. Power press player has actually managed to pull some profit. They are sitting on $178 in profit. So this is why I say that the pressing 1 unit is the most underrated strategy out there. It's very simple. It's so simple and looks so plain that nobody really thinks about it. But we're on basically a 20 to 25 minute roll here. And the person that has won the most money is the person that is pressing the tiniest bit. the mid-press player, the power press player. Now, those ones will really start to shine as we go further into this roll. But you'll notice that for most rolls, the mid-press, or the pressing one unit, is outperforming all these other strategies. It's such a simple strategy. No one ever talks about it. Now, let's look at the next 15 rolls. So for the next 15 rolls, now we're kind of we're transitioning from a 22, 23-minute roll to probably closer to a 30 to 35-minute roll here, because now we're looking at about 45 rolls of the dice without a 7. So let's look at the 2. The 2 is not going to roll again. The 12 will get one more time, so we'll give another $30 to the Iron Cross player. Now the 3 and the 11 are each statistically likely to roll one more time each, so we'll give them another $20 or 25 for 5. So the Iron Cross player is covered. The 2, 3, and the 11, 12 don't affect people that are just playing 64 across, including. But again, as you notice from all these profit levels, those 2s, 3s, 11s, and 12s don't make a huge difference, and the amount of money you're throwing away by trying to make sure you've got every number is actually hurting you. So now let's go to the rest of the numbers. So the 4 and the 10, because of the statistical likelihood of 1.5 times more coming in this next 15, we're going to add 1 to here, and we're going to add 2 to here. Makes it nice and simple. So now we're definitely in the buy range of the 4. Since we want to have a red to press it up, we're not going to have the player throw anything in. Next time around, the second time it hits, that is going to pay $58. We're going to pay $60 for 2. Again, we're going to press it 1 unit. This player is doing just a very, very, very simple press 1 unit every single roll. Iron Cross player is just going to collect their $20 for hitting the field twice. Now the mid-press player. The mid-press player is going to throw in their $2 for their VIG. The mid-press player is going to go up to 100. The second time, they're going to throw in their $5, and they're going to go up to 200. So what about the power press player? The power press player is going to get paid $400 for 10, so we'll do $415 for 25, so we have all of these, and go to 500. If you're really going for it, you go to 600, but most people are going to go to 500 because it's a fairly simple, easy number to calculate out. So now let's jump over and let's take a look at the 10. So the 10 we are giving, oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't supposed to do 2 hits on the 4. I was only supposed to do 1. So I'm going to change it slightly, and we'll do 2 hits on the 4. We'll only do 1 hit on the 10. That way I keep things where they are supposed to be. So, once again, press 1 unit guy collects everything else except, again, 1 unit. The Iron Cross player just collects the field once. Mid-press player would throw in their $2 VIG, go to 100, collect the rest. And power press player is going to go to power press player is at 200. Must have made a mistake somewhere in here, but instead of going back all the way through and figuring everything out, we're just going to keep on going because I don't think they should be there quite yet. So their 200 would get paid $400 for 10. So they have 600 to work with. They're going to collect the black, go up there, and go. All right, so that's the 4 and 10. Pretty sure I made a mistake in here somewhere. This should not be where it is at. In fact, I know it should. This should only be at 200. Not too sure where I made the error, but the power press player should be at a much, much lower. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and drop it back down to here because this is where they should be statistically because they have to catch up to the before that has rolled one more time. So, however I made that mistake, this will fix it right here. All right, now let's look at the 5 and 9. So statistically, the 5 and 9 each are going to hit 2 times each. So 30 is going to pay 42. Player's going to go to 35, collect the rest. The second time it hits, they'll pay 50 for 1. Go ahead and press it manually. Boom, they are done. Power press player, the iron cross player is going to get paid their $22. We'll do 30 for 7. 30 for 8. Sorry, 30 for 8. Because they hit their field a couple of times. Pretty much all they're doing. The mid press player gets paid $70. They go to 75. Collect the rest. Next time around, it pays 105. They go to 100. Collect the rest. Now the power press player is at 350. Pays 500 for 10. Very likely going to go to 750 here. So they're actually going to collect a black. They go to 750 the first time. Now the second time it hits, this pays $1,050. Power press can't quite hit table max. We're going to go with the $2,000 table max since we did a $10 minimum bet table. Can't quite hit table max, so they'll go to 1,500. You notice the power press is starting to shine a little bit here. So is the mid press. And the iron cross is definitely getting beat at a pretty good clip. So now we'll look at the 9. Again, it's going to hit 2 times. This pays 42, pays 45 for 3. Pressing at 1 unit. Next time around, they throw in $6. Press at 1 unit and 50 for 1. And that's the press 1 unit. The iron cross player just gets their $20 for hitting the field twice. The mid press player, go to 75 and go to 105. Power press player throws in their $10 to get 500. So they'll throw in a green, so 515. Go to 750. And then $1,050, go to 15. And let's swap a couple of these out just so I have some ammo to work with. All right. Now let's look at the 6 and 8. So the 6 and 8, we're going to add 2 to the 6, and we're going to add 3 to the 8. Okay? So the 6 hits twice. The pressing 1 unit player is getting paid $49. They're going to go to 48. 48 is going to pay 56. They go to 54. Iron cross player, their 2 hits, they make $11 in profit. Which would be 22, we'll give them 27 for 5. Cross player's done. The mid press player is going to get paid 105. Go to 150. And then they're going to get paid 175. Now, as a mid-press player, this is where you start getting some weird stuff. Maybe they go to 210. Maybe they go all the way up to 300. With a mid-press player, you never can tell. Now, the power press player is going to do exactly that. They're going to power their way up. So they collect 100. They press all the way up. The second hit, they're going to collect 200. Press all the way up. Now, if we're doing a $2,000 table max on the 6th, the power press player is now at table max. They're at the maximum bet they are allowed. Okay, I'm going to need a little bit more ammo here, so let's swap a couple of these out. Before I get to the 8. Ammo right now, at least to deal with the 8. So the 8 is going to hit 3 times. 3 times. So this player, again, as we've covered already, gets paid $49. They're going to go up to 48. Then it's going to get paid 56. They're going to go up to 54. Then it's going to get paid 63. And they're going to go up to 60. And I'll break all that down in just a second. Iron Cross player has 3 hits. We'll give him 35 for 2. 3 hits in the field, or 3 hits for $11 because the field is hurting them. Trying to stay in there. Now the mid-press player. Mid-press player, take me to 150. First hit. Second hit. Let's do it this way. 200 for a quarter. Take me to 210. Third hit. Third hit pays kind of interesting. Pays $245. Go to 300. Power press player, first hit, goes up to 1,200. Actually, we're running out of black over here. Didn't think that was likely to happen. So they're going to go up to 1,200 first hit. Second hit, they're going to collect 200. They're going to go up to 1,400, or 2,400, sorry. Now, the third hit, they're at table max. They can't do anything else. So they're going to collect 2,500, or 2,800. 2,400 is going to pay 2,800. They're at table max, so they're just going to collect. What I'm not going to do is what I would do as an actual power press player, and that is I would start double parking and adding in a come bet with odds. I'm not going to do that as we demonstrate this. So we are at 45 rolls without a 7, so approximately, like I said, approximately a 30 to 35 minute roll. Now let's take a look at how these strategies are performing. As we swap all this out, the pressing 1 unit player has actually managed to get themselves a banana there. They got a yellow chip. So the pressing 1 unit player has made $1,054 in profit. The iron cross player has made a whopping $521 in profit. The mid-press player has $1,415 in profit. Pretty strong. The power press player has $4,348 in profit. See, as you go deeper and deeper into the roll, the power press player that has been pushing for table max starts getting paid very large amounts of money, even when they are not putting everything onto their number, but actually taking some back. They're taking back a significant amount because their bets have gotten so high. The mid-press player, their bets are getting up there because they're collecting a little bit as they go. They are also already collecting over 1,000. They're coming up on 1,500. The press 1 unit player, again, such an underrated strategy, has over $1,000. They've doubled up the iron cross player. And what you saw earlier on in the roll is even 5-6 rolls into this, the pressing 1 unit player has come pretty darn close to zeroing out their bet. They're zeroing out their 64 cross and paying for itself. So again, it's a very underrated strategy. And we will take a look at it going for the final 15 rolls, going to 60 rolls without a 7. So we'd be pushing about an hour-long roll on something along those lines. Okay, so let's look at how these are going to go for these final few rolls. So we'll start with the 2 and the 12. 12 isn't going to roll again, but the 2 will roll again. So the Iron Cross player would get paid double, so they get paid $20. They get 25 for 5. Now the 3 and the 11 are each going to roll one time each. So again, 25 for 5. And that covers the unique, the 2, 3, 11, 12s that nobody else is betting, because everybody else knows how rarely those roll and how much they're hurting themselves by trying to make sure they catch those. So now let's look at the 4 and the 10. So the 4 and the 10 are each going to roll 6 times a piece. Now, because of how I somehow messed all this up, we are going to look at, let's see, so the 4 is a beat ahead. So we're going to look at one more time for the 4 and 2 more times for the 10. Okay? So the press 1 unit player gets paid 70 for 2. Press it up 1 unit. And the Iron Cross player is going to get paid their field once. The mid-press player will throw in their $10. They collect they get paid 400, they're going to collect 200, and they're going to press it up. Power press player is going to throw in their green and probably go all the way up to $1,500. So let's look at the 10. So the 10, $2 vig, we'll just pay it 58, make it lazier. It's paid 58, press it 1 unit. Next time around they throw in their $2 to get paid 70. Press it 1 unit. Iron Cross player just gets 2 hits in the field, so we'll do 25 for 5. Mid press player, we'll pay it 195 this time around. They go all the way up. Or they go up, they press it. Then they get paid 400 for 10. They go up to 400. And the power press player is going to get paid 400 for 10. They'll go up to 500, collect a black. Then they would get paid $9.75. And go to 1,500. Now, all it would take is for the 410 to have broken the statistics and rolled one other time for them to be at table max and have collected over $1,000. They would have collected significantly more than $1,000. They'd have collected about $2,500. But that is the 4 and the 10. So now let's look at the 5 and the 9. They're each going to roll 2 more times. So the mid-press player, or the press 1 unit player is going to get paid $56. Press 1 unit, collect the rest. Second time around, they're going to get paid $63. We'll pay it 65 for 2. They go to 50. Iron Cross player collects their $11 twice, so they'll collect 27 for 5. Makes it a little easier. Mid-press player gets paid $140. Now, there's a couple different ways they can do this, and it really depends on how they would choose, how they would want to do it. So let's say they're just going to go to 150. Okay. Now, the second time around, that 150 is going to pay them 210. And so many different ways they can go with this. Say 250. Just take them up to 250 because they want to collect a little bit. Power press player. 1,500 is going to pay 2,100. they are going to go to table max. And then the next time, they're just going to get paid $3,000 for 200. Because again, they are at table max. So what about the 9? So the 9, we're looking at getting paid 56. Press at a unit. Then we're looking at getting paid 63. So 65 for 2. Take it to 50. See something here. Power press player is just going to get paid 25 for 5 because they're going to hit the field twice. Or not power press, keep doing that. Iron cross player hits the field twice, so they're just going to get paid 25 for 5, get their $20. Mid press player gets paid 140. Take it up to 150. 150 gets paid 210. Take it up to 250. Power press player gets paid 2100, goes to table max, and then gets paid 3,200 because they are already at table max. So 6 and the 8. So the 6 and the 8, to get to the statistical likelihood, we're going to do 3 more hits on the 6, so we're going to do 2 more hits on the 8. So the pressing 1 unit player is at 54 right now, so they're going to get paid $63. They're going to go up to 60. Now they're going to get paid 70. They're going to go up to 66. And then the third time, they're going to get paid 77. They're going to go up to 72. Trying to keep this clean as I go. Iron cross player gets paid their $11 3 times, so that's 33. We'll give them 35 for 2. The mid press player. Mid press player is at 210, so it gets paid 245. Go to 300. Collect the rest. It's the first time. Second time around, it's going to pay 350. A couple different ways a mid press player is going to go on this one. They could just go up to 450, or they could go all the way up to 600. A lot of mid press players at this point go up to 600. That's the second hit. Now then, the third hit is going to pay 700. The 100 go to 900. That's what a lot of mid press players would do. Now the power press player is going to get paid $2,800 3 times. Okay. So 28, and then 3,000 for 2, and then 33 for 5. That's it. That's the 3 hits for the mid press player. So then we get into the 8, and the 8 is only going to hit 2 more times. So first we have the press 1 unit player, goes up to 66. 66 pays 77. They go up to 72. Iron cross player collects their $22 twice. So 27, or collects our $11 twice for 22. And then, no, we're not already. Then we have the mid-press player. Mid-press player will collect 50 bucks, collect $50, they're going to go up to 600. Then the next time it hits, they're going to throw in 100, they're going to go up to 900. Power press player is going to collect their 2,800 two times. So 6,000 for 400. And there we go. After 60 rolls without a 7, let's take a look at how these strategies are doing. Mr. I'm playing super conservative, I'm just pressing it 1 unit at a time, has collected $1,778. Mr. I've got the most brilliant strategy in the world, I can't miss, I hit every number. Iron Cross player has $688. Mr. You always have to press and press, but you still want to collect some, has profited $3,350. And Mr. There's no point in playing unless I'm walking away with all the chips or none of the chips, and it's usually none of the chips, I can promise you that, has collected $27,188. So, that is how all of these would stack up, going all the way up from a 10 to 12 minute roll to a 20 to 25 minute roll to a 30 to 35 minute roll to a 50 minute to an hour long roll. And again, like I said, pressing 1 unit is so simple, very underrated. Almost nobody ever really looks at it and realizes just how strong it actually can be. So I hope you guys find this interesting, illuminating, enlightening, or just plain fun. Thank you guys very much for watching, and we will catch you guys next time. So, as I promised, I wanted to go over very briefly our upcoming attempts at a third test live stream. So what's happened so far? The first test live stream just flat didn't work. The problem that I had was was an equipment problem. I had an equipment problem in that the equipment that I was using to translate the camera into streamable video to the computer required a better USB port than the computer I was using at the time. So that one just flat failed because it would not translate into the computer. The computer would not pick it up, would not read it, so I wasn't able to live stream it. So then, as I was looking through, because I'm a little bit of a tech head, as I was looking through all of my other stuff, because I do have 4 laptops here and 3 computers, I did find one that actually did have the newer style USB port. Unfortunately, it was actually my oldest laptop, but I figured, what the heck, let me give it a shot. What's the worst that can happen? And this time around, when I fired everything up, the video was actually translating onto the computer, so things were looking better. But then when I attempted to live stream, the computer was not powerful enough to be able to translate it and then upload it sufficiently. So it basically just uploaded a blank screen for the live stream. So what I am going to have to do is, and I'm already looking into all of my options, I'm going to upgrade my computer so I can add, what, a 7th, 8th computer to my household. And I'm going to go much, much higher, and I'm going to get a computer that is far more than I need for this, far, far, far more powerful than I need for this. That way, any future upgrades that I may do, the computer will be able to handle it. So unfortunately, this computer is going to cost me about 25% more, about 25% of what I've already laid out in all the equipment for this channel. So it wasn't something I could just instantly buy. I'm probably looking at Black Friday or Cyber Monday. So hopefully I have it within the next couple of weeks, and then I'll do another test live stream and see if I can go from there. So I will definitely do at least one weekly live stream on our Patreon because they're the ones that are really helping us get this computer. and the other equipment that I'm going to get, because I figure if I'm buying the computer, I might as well buy the most high-end capture cards and things along those lines, get everything as good as possible, and then hopefully eventually get a better microphone for you guys. So yeah, that's where we stand on the live stream. As soon as I have the computer and I do the test, which will be in a few weeks, like I said, I've got to order it in a week or two, then I have to wait for it to ship. Plus we have probably the biggest event of the year coming up, the NFR National Finals Rodeo. So I'm basically working 2 weeks straight, as is my wife. So not going to have a whole lot of time. But once we get all that under control, then we'll figure out. There's been some schedule changes to myself, some schedule changes to my wife, and some upcoming schedule changes to my wife as well. So hopefully we can get all the scheduling figured out so I know when I'll be able to live stream as well. My initial plan of Thursdays at 6 o'clock is already out the window. I'm at work at that point now. So we will get it all figured out, and we will let you guys know, I promise. And otherwise, I hope you guys have found this interesting, enlightening, illuminating, or at least just plain fun. And we will catch you guys next time. Bye now. Hello everybody, and welcome to Sin City Living. My name is Jason. I'll be bringing you today's episode. As always, we want to thank all of our fans, our sponsors, our patrons. We appreciate all of your guys' support. Everyone that's bought us a cup of coffee, been greatly appreciated. We've had a rough couple of weeks here in the family, been out of work for a week and a half, coming up on 2 weeks, thanks to our old friend COVID running through us. I don't want to take up a whole lot of time with the usual spiel, so all of you guys that are interested in what's going on with Sin City Living and what we plan on doing in the future with our live streams and upcoming events, please stick around to the end of the video or skip to the end of the video and watch. I will put most of that stuff in the ending spiel, and I will try and update it every week or two with more news. Otherwise, that being said, we're just going to go ahead and jump straight into today's video. That being said, I'm going to go ahead and jump right into it, and we actually do have a video from one of our fans. They emailed us two things actually: a question on some stuff that we can do that I'm gonna shoot a Vegas Vice video on shortly, and then they also sent us their strategy. So their strategy looks like about a medium strategy. They say it's $1,000 buy-in. So $1,000 buy-in is that's pretty middle of the road with a lot of the buy-ins lately, especially with table minimums typically being $15 or $25. You pretty much need $1,000 to really be able to go for it. It says occasionally he finds a $15 table. So he starts it out pretty basic. Doesn't play the pass line unless he's shooting. So pretty standard there. I like it already. And starts out with 110 inside. Okay, I like this already as well. This right here is a strong starting strategy. You've got the most common numbers that are not 7 that can be rolled. 5 ways each for each one of these, and 4 ways each for this means you cover 18 different possible combinations of the dice, and there's only 36 combinations of the dice to roll. So you're covering half of the combinations of the dice right here. And by going 110 inside, everything pays you $35 per roll. So so you're getting a decent payout too. You're getting paid in the green. So starting out, I like this person's strategy. So let's see what they do. So it seems like regardless of what hits on the 6 or 8, they say they will press to $42. And 35 on the 5 and 9. So pretty basic. So if a 6 or an 8 rolls, they're going to get paid $11, and they're going to press up the 6 and 8 to $42 each. I like it. I very much like it. And same thing with the 5 and 9. If either one of these hit, they're going to press them both up to $35, which means they will collect $15, and we will press the others up 10 each. So right in there, I like it. They're already pressing up. Now, it does not matter which one were to roll. As soon as one of them rolls a second time, even if you haven't, say only the 6 and 8, you've only hit 1 6, and you press these up, and the 5 and 9 are still at a quarter. Doesn't matter. If the 6 rolls again, they just follow the next step within these numbers, which would be to collect 50 for $1. So they're going to throw in $1, and they're going to collect $50. So again, pretty solid start there. They've already made up almost half of their buy-in. Now, let's see, what are they going to do? And then the very next hit, regardless of what hits, because they all pay $49, so it doesn't really matter what hits at this point. So the next time it hits, they will, let's see. The next time they're going to press to 60 each and to 50 each. So the next time one of these hits, let's say the 6 hits, okay? They're going to press it up to 60 each. They collect $13. And there we go. They're at 60 each. On the 5 and 9, pretty much the same thing, only they're going to go to 50 each. So it hits, they throw in $1. They collect the rest, and they go to 50 each. So they keep with the sister press numbers until they have doubled up to 220 inside. Again, I like it so far. Then after that, they, of course, will collect again. So it looks like they sister press, then collect, sister press, then collect. I like it. Now, once they have doubled up their originals, they stop sister pressing. Now they just press individually. And yeah, it looks like they do pretty solid presses. They go all the way. So if a 6 rolls, they're going to collect 10, and they're going to press it up to 120. They would do the same thing if the 8 were to roll. They would press it up to 120. Now, if it rolls again, they're going to press it up to 240. Now keep in mind, with strategies like these, you can always decide that you may want a same bet at some point. You don't have to dogmatically follow the presses as they go. It's up to you. So the next hit, if they're at 240, they keep it a little bit smaller, and they will shoot up to, instead of pressing it all the way, this time around they're just going to press it up to 300. Okay, so they're at 240. 240 pays 280. So they can throw in $20 if they want and collect that 240. So they're going to collect $220, and they're going to press up to 300. And at this point, it's just standard presses. Double the bet every single time. 300 to 600 to 1200 to 2400. And who knows what the table limit is, but that's what you're shooting for. You know, and they do say they've been up to the 1200 mark a few times, and it is definitely fun. And they're absolutely right. It is always fun when you get your bets up to a point like that. Because typically by the time you get to a point like that, you are ahead. You're already ahead. So at this point, it's just, you're just hoping to collect bigger money, big money. Okay? Don't get caught in what you've got on the table. You know, if a 7 out comes right now, don't go, oh man, I had $450 on the table. That should have been in my pocket. No. If you were worried about that, you should have just taken it all down and not worried about trying to get another big hit. Depends. What are you playing for? Are you playing for a big hit, or are you playing to stay alive and just not lose? Okay. Now, the 5 and 9, they will do. Between the 120 and the 240, they will collect. So they're at 120, they collect, then they press to 240. So then from 240 on, they stop collecting in between, and they just press it up because you're still collecting some. So for the 5 and 9, something similar. Now once they're at the 50 each, they stop sister pressing. So now they're going to look at the next one that hits, and let's go with the 5, okay? It's going to pay 70, so we'll just do it 75 for 5. Going to press up to 100. and they will collect the next hit. So the next hit, they will collect $140. Then they're going to press up to 200. So once again, this time they'll only collect 40 instead of 140. Then they're going to collect again, right? So they're going to collect $280. But then the next hit, since they just collected $280, if it happens to hit again, they're going to throw in $20, and they're going to take the whole thing up to $500. And why not? You're already up. You're up, and you're up pretty solid. So now you're going for the big payday. And then after that, they're going to go straight up to $1,000. Collect a couple hundred. And then from there, whatever you wish to do, it's entirely up to you at this point what you want to do. I gotta be honest, guys, I love this strategy. I love this strategy because it's simple. It follows standard presses. It's very simple while it is still going for it. And I do like the strategies where you're collecting some and you're pressing some. And this one is kind of in between in that instead of pressing a little bit and collecting a little bit, it's just collect and then press. Then collect and then press. And I'll be honest, I actually used to play almost an identical strategy when many years ago when I first started playing craps, where I would do a cross, and every number I would look at it as press, collect, press, collect, press, collect, press, collect. Unfortunately, what was happening was I was pressing into kind of a-hole bets because I really wasn't thinking about the simplicity of the bets and keeping with more standardized bets. This keeps with standard bets, has some really standard presses, but is still collecting, and it doesn't really take long. This is the kind of strategy where, yes, if you get a lot of 0.7 outs, the strategy is going to hurt, or even 7 outs within the first 2 or 3. But this is one of those strategies where if you catch that 40, 50, 60 minutes where not just one super long, fantastic, record-setting roll, but you just collect that time period where it seems like every shooter manages to shoot for 5 or 6 minutes or 7 or 8 minutes. This is the kind of strategy where you're going to make money. If you have, I've had plenty of times where in an hour we went through maybe 7 shooters, and everybody made money unless they were doing a power press. The way I tend to play would have probably lost, but. This is the kind of strategy that takes advantage of those medium rolls, those 7, 8, 9 minute rolls. You're making money, and you're probably making good money because you're probably going to have at least one of these numbers to hit somewhere where you're getting paid in the blacks, and I mean you can't beat that. Even if you just made 100 per shooter, you could make $500-600. All you have to do is catch like I said, the medium level rolls. So I really like the strategy, guys. Really like the strategy. Thank you very much for sending it to us. Thank you guys for watching. We appreciate you guys. We will catch you guys next time. Bye now. Okay, everybody, and as promised, all the usual blah blah that I try and do at the beginning of the video, we're going to go ahead and put near the end of the video, and here we go. So thank you everybody for your usual patronage. All of you that are patrons of ours, we very much appreciate it. Thank you everybody who's been buying us a cup of coffee. Love to say that it's going to coffee right now, but this month with the entire family out for COVID, it's honestly going to Bill's and probably the kid's birthday in a week, but we definitely appreciate it. We're going to continue working on these live streams. I know you guys have seen some of them popping up. Just got to figure out the look of it, and some of the audio is still giving me issues. But hopefully we'll be getting those live streams and the craps tournaments going as soon as possible. Really just going to depend on scheduling. My schedule changed. Amy's schedule changed. Kids' school schedule is fun. So once we figure out exactly how all those schedules are going to work, we'll let everybody know. And otherwise, please continue emailing us with anything you would like to see videoed. And again, thank you everybody for tuning in. We appreciate every single one of you guys. We'll catch you next time. Bye now.